Welcome to Sacred Cow Shipyards, where no ship is safe from being taken down to its nuts and bolts. Regular viewers may know that we periodically do kind of scene-by-scene knockdowns of various movies. Most specifically, we have done a scene-by-scene, blow-by-blow of the very amazing Battleship movie that had the actor from the sadly maligned and sadly unsuccessful John Carter movie as the star hero, of course. And then we've also done a talk-through of the space battleship Yamato live-action version of the movie sequence, storyline, whatever you want to call it. I'm told it's not the best version, but as usual, we have strong rules against anime here at the Shipyard, so I stuck with the live-action one instead. Well, given the amount of effort and, well, just plain effort involved in producing these kinds of literally movie-length episodes, I have decided that they will be a once-an-orbit kind of thing. I can only invest so much effort into these. After all, I am intrinsically lazy. And since y'all have a convenient yearly celebration at the end of your last month of your orbit, weird way to subdivide it, but whatever, I have also concluded that these movie-length episodes will be my Christmas gift to you. So here we go. And this movie actually follows along with the general theme of the two previous movies that we talked about, although technically there are only so many movies that have Battleship in their title, so I guess it's technically a divergence in that particular regard. Regardless, it has been a common request, so at least some of you will be happy. On the other hand, the rest of you probably will not be happy because this particular movie was not well received at the time, and it has not gotten better with time. In fact, I believe on your Rotten Tomatoes website, only 10% of 51 critics' reviews are positive, with a total rating of 3.3 out of 10. And then audiences polled by CinemaScore gave the film an average grade of D, out of the standard North American grading scale, I believe, which is A+ to F. Yeah, that's not so good. And sadly, it could have been so much better. One of the main actors, one of the main characters, one of the actors behind them, one of the main characters, regardless, said this about the movie. I can't stand it. I can't watch one scene of that movie. I read the script and loved it. So did my buddy. We both got the parts. We went on location and they said, here's the new script. It was a piece of crap. As usual, Hollywood manages to screw itself. Although technically the director and writer of the movie is known for doing that as well, by way of the entire series of games that he is most well known for, and then, of course, the supposed spiritual successor. And by that, of course, I am referring to Chris Roberts and Wing Commander. Yes, both the game series and, now, before you, the movie. And yes, just to be clear, as a reminder for those of y'all who missed or hated my Star Citizen episode, yes, Chris Roberts was in charge of the Wing Commander game series from basically Wing Commander all the way through Wing Commander 4. He was either the director or the producer or the executive producer or the creative director, or there's so many terms for just says in charge of for all intents and purposes. He also came up with the original idea for one of my very favorite games, Freelancer, and then is currently been working on Star Citizen for, basically ever. Apparently it's getting better. Apparently there's a whole playable game now. I don't know, but I really don't care. I backed it way, way back when it was initially announced because, after all, spiritual successor to Wing Commander. And Wing Commander series was amazing, specifically the Privateer and Privateer 2 parts. But yeah, I'm never going to see my return on that particular investment. We're not here to talk about Star Citizen today. I do apologize. We are here, in fact, to talk about Wing Commander, like I said at not the very beginning, but you know what I mean. And for those of you children in the audience, the Wing Commander series of games was fascinating. This was back during the heyday of video games, when the cutscenes were actually cut scenes. They were movie scenes that were cut together with the game. The Wing Commander games specifically had live actors come in and record their scenes. And I'm not talking like randos off the street. I'm talking like Mark Hamill, John Rhys Davies, Malcolm McDowell, Thomas F. Wilson, Clive Owen, Christopher Walken, John Hurt, David Warner, Jürgen Prochnow, Brian Blessed, and Matilda May. Not all those are huge names, granted, but still. And likewise, Wing Commander was not the only game series to use live-action cutscenes. The Command & Conquer / Red Alert series of games quite enjoyed the concept as well. It was just a popular thing around that particular era of games. But given that cinematic nature of the games themselves, specifically 3 and 4, which had such wonderful names as Heart of the Tiger and The Price of Freedom, well, then it's kind of no surprise that someone came up with the idea of making an actual cinematic movie out of the game. And by someone, I again mean Chris Roberts, because by then he had split off and formed Digital Anvil and had to acquire the live-action feature film rights from Electronic Arts. And the sad thing is that Chris Roberts himself knew that previous game adaptations to the big screen did not go terribly well. And he still managed to f*** it up. In fairness, not all of that is his fault. For example, Malcolm McDowell was too busy doing a Fantasy Island remake to be able to appear in the movie. On the other hand, Chris Roberts himself decided that this would be a prequel to the Wing Commander game series, making Mark Hamill too old to actually visually appear, although he was a voice actor for a certain character, and we'll get there in the movie. And then, because I had caught wind of Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, coming to theaters soon, they had to cut their production schedule from predicted 10 to 12 months to 6 months. Yeah, that was guaranteed to not make anything better. And then, to make matters worse, for some reason Chris Roberts himself was never very happy with the screen presentation of Fuzzy Kilrathi. Now, if you don't know anything about Kilrathi, you won't know what that means, but if you do know anything about Kilrathi, you know that they are covered in fur. And there's a reason that the Kilrathi in the movie look a little weird, because he did not like how they appeared in early screen tests, so he insisted that they look the way they do in the movie. That did not help anything either. And then he decided to introduce some new plot points that didn't show up anywhere else in the follow-on games, because after all, the movie again is a prequel. And then he renamed one of the biggest ships in the entire game series from Tiger's Claw, as in possessive, to Tiger Claw. Yes, I know, an apostrophe and an S is not a big change, but it does change the meaning of the name. But fine. You're not actually here to listen to me ramble on. Well, actually, you are technically here to listen to me ramble on, but you know what I mean. On with the show, yo. Although to loop back momentarily to a topic that we were talking about previously, I do have to admit that Origin Systems is a really good game company name. But personal preference and all that. And yes, just for clarification, Freddie Prinze Jr. here is exactly the person who made that quote I mentioned earlier about absolutely despising this movie even though he loved the original version of the script. I do have to give them credit, at least in this version of the script, for using John F. Kennedy's speech about why humies go to space. But yeah, I still wonder what could have been. And yes, his buddy was none other than Matthew Lillard, and they both would go on together to do the Scooby-Doo fun. I do love Matthew Lillard. I can't think of a single movie of his that I did not like. He manages to carry some really, really bad movies on his shoulders. Gotta give him credit for that. Although speaking of bad movies, there is a hypothesis going around the intertubes that you can judge a game by its loading screen. I would argue that you could judge a movie by its title screen. This does not inspire confidence. Which I guess makes sense, given this movie did not get very good reviews. For example, Jupiter is strictly larger than Saturn, by every metric available, ignoring the ring, of course, but I'm just focusing on the actual circle of the planet on this silly little soul map right here. They show Saturn being noticeably larger than Jupiter, which it is not. Beyond that, the text for the title itself leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, at least it's legible, unlike most of the map underneath it, but still, not very inspiring, and it certainly doesn't match the uprising symphonic theme going on behind it, which granted you can't hear, but I can only do so much. And then, it gets so much worse. I mean, okay, fine. There's your solar system down there in the lower left-hand corner, except most of your planet's orbits are not perfectly circular. They're elliptical. Okay, ignoring that scientific hiccup, what's going on the rest of the map right now? Are we declaring, like, territorial zones? Are we mapping constellations? Why did the scale go out the window? I know, I'm nitpicking, but again, that's what we do here. And wow, I did not actually notice that they dropped the whole Pilgrim concept into the movie so early on. I mean, we haven't even left the opening credits yet. And yes, for those of y'all who do not know, the Pilgrim concept is entirely unique to the movie. It bears some resemblance to the Border Worlders in Wing Commander 4, but it's not a perfect one-to-one relationship. And yeah, the Pilgrims will actually be like a significant plot point later on in the movie, and again, they're just pulled out of nowhere. There's a reason why your Wikipedia refers to Wing Commander the movie as being loosely based on the video game series of the same name. And yeah, just in case you were wondering, the map situation got so much worse. I mean, granted, this movie came out in, 1999 by your calendar, so it was not filmed at, like, the highest quality levels, so I'm sure someone could, like, upscale this image and draw some interesting conclusions from it, but in the meantime, all we get to see is this blurry crap. And, well, there's your solar system down in the lower left-hand corner still, and now scale is just entirely gone out the window. It looks cool. It looks like something you'd get out of Treasure Planet, but Treasure Planet never meant to be serious. Wing Commander was theoretically a future history possibility for you Humies, so it should make a certain degree of sense. And also, by the way, what is at the center of this hemispherical shape that they're showing the galaxy in? Because oddly, it's not your solar system. And you're pretty far from the galactic core, so what is the center of the map? Now I'm confused. And then, of course, because this is a war movie after all, we had to introduce the tension in the credits. Now, it has been a very, very long time since I saw this movie last. So I don't really remember how they explain the whole situation that we get dropped into in this movie. The credits would have us believe that the Humies were scouting some random thing that showed up somewhere and accidentally triggered something in response. But we'll see what plays out. But on a similar note, what in the flying fornication is a diplomatic probe? Is that like an upgraded version of your Voyager probes where you staple on a piece of metal that tells aliens your home address and then sends them nudes as well? I mean, is this like an intergalactic Tinder that you're running here on Earth or something? I do not understand what's going on here. How do you think a probe would be diplomatic? But this is one of the many reasons why the Humies understanding that aliens are alien is a challenging proposition. I mean, I felt both Star Trek and Star Wars and a vast majority of the rest of science fiction on your planet for trying to teach you that aliens are simply human-thinking things dressed up in prosthetics. That's not how it works. And this is fundamentally one of the reasons I absolutely adore Deep Space Nine. Because yes, it did do the deep dive that Next Generation started about how utterly inhuman the Cardassian justice system is. And I use inhuman in all meanings of the word. It doesn't track with any justice system on your planet, but that was the point. Aliens don't just look different from you, they think different from you, they reason different from you. Yes, probably you can formulate some standardized language by way of the simple fact that 2 plus 2 does in fact equal 4, even though there are imbeciles on your planet who would play stupid linguistic games about that entire concept, but that's beside the point. When you put 2 objects next to 2 other objects, you now have 4 objects. This is something that you can build from. Don't devalue it just because you want to be a stick in the mud. But, realistically, a diplomatic probe, some species could view as a weapon. What if they're entirely xenophobic? Their entire species is built on the premise that everything not them is not only bad, but also evil and hostile. If you were to launch an unmanned projectile into their space, no doubt with nuclear material on board, because y'all do love your nuclear batteries, they would probably take that as a sign of aggression. But sure, lob diplomat probes at them, see what happens. And here we are. We finally get the name of the enemy, and we get a stylized background fading image of the same. Now, I'm not going to say that the Kilrathi ascribed the entirely xenophobic idea that anything launched into their space is a weapon, but realistically, the Kilrathi were pretty xenophobic, or at least just simply conquering. They firmly believed that all other species other than them were inferior and deserved nothing more than enslavement at best and genocide at reality's point. But realistically, this is kind of an expansion, a growth of taking the concept of the felines on your planet, giving them sapience, and then giving them technology. Which honestly still falls under the aliens are alien kind of heading, because a lot of you squishies don't seem to understand how the felines on your planet think or work or operate. And you keep trying to domesticate them when it seems like they're domesticating you. But that's beside the point. The reality is that the writers of the Wing Commander series of games, yes, including Chris Roberts, took the idea of a terrestrial feline, added the concept of pack bonding to it, made it very large, and I think they gave them opposable thumbs, and then technology. And then they explored the idea of how that would turn out. Predictably, it turned out pretty bloody. There's a lot of infighting, and then once they opened up the whole, space lane concept, there was a lot of outfighting, too. Interestingly, the Kilrathi are not, of course, the first felinoid alien species ever documented in your science fiction journals. They're basically built off the Kzinti from Larry Niven's known space universe. And likewise, the Kzinti also inspired the Kachins, who not only hunted and ate betazoids, but they had to come up with a synthetic substitute for betazoid flesh because it was so much a part of their diet. Yeah, Star Trek is kind of weird when you start paying attention to the details. So does Wing Commander, for that matter, and so does Known Space. Because after all, the first lesson of the Kzinti War is that a reaction drive is a weapon in precise relationship to its output. But regardless, we're talking about the Kilrathi. Sorry, getting distracted again. We haven't even made it out of the credits yet, and how long is this video already? By the Great Maker. And even though we are still in the credits, here we are zooming in on the hot zone. It's literally even shown as a hot zone. It's deliberately shown as a burning spot on the map, which we still don't really understand how the map works. Again, I would argue that you could totally judge a movie by its opening sequence. Take it or leave it. But here we are with this martial horn sequence and this transition through an asteroid belt and all of these cool sound effects and cool asteroids floating by and this, that, and the fornicating other. And this is what we get to see. I don't even know what this is. What is this? I mean, again, granted, this movie came out in 1999, so again, granted, the graphics are not great. But is this supposed to be an apartment complex? Is this supposed to be a shipyard? What is this? And why is it on an asteroid? Oh, so if I had just waited 2 more seconds, I would have gotten my answer. And it's so much worse than I would have expected. This isn't an apartment complex. This isn't a shipyard. This is bureaucracy. Specifically, the Vega Fleet Headquarters, Pegasus Asteroid Base, Ulysses Corridor, March 15th, Earth Year 2654, 0900 hours, Zulu time. Because after all this time, after, 600 years in the future, y'all haven't gotten away from the 24-hour schedule. Even though technically the 24-hour schedule is not actually optimal for your particular biology. But that's a different conversation. And I have to admit, I love this particular sequence. After all, the TCS Vanguard is now clearing the outer marker. That's a good thing, right? She's spooling up for a jump back to Earth, apparently. Well, the TCS Vanguard is this weird little oblong thing pointed to the right side of the screen, whereas the rest of the shipyard is actually a pile of ships on the left side of the screen and technically on the right corner of the screen as well. Well, the TCS Vanguard is not clearing the outer marker. She hasn't even cleared the inner marker yet. She's still in the fucking shipyard. Who wrote this? Oh, right. Chris Roberts wrote this nonsense. Well, there's our problem. Also, can we take a moment to contemplate how meaningless the concept of Course 469er is? I'm going to be charitable for just a second. This is a three-dimensional universe. Maybe they're talking about 4 degrees one way, 6 degrees another way, and 9 degrees the other way. After all, three-dimensional environment. I don't think that's actually what they meant, because after all, with all science fiction, war game kind of shows, movies, whatever, it's all two-dimensional. So rather than being charitable and assuming they were talking 4x, 6y, and 9z, they just made up numbers and filled in blanks. Because let's be honest, that's exactly what happened. Although speaking of weirdness, I do have to love this particular aspect of how do you present a three-dimensional sensor sweep on a two-dimensional screen? Well, on the one hand, you don't overload them with meaningless text that is angled all over the place that a humie's never going to take time to read. On the other hand, this whole sweep bubble thing in the middle, this weird egg-shaped thing, actually makes a certain degree of sense. Would that the guy in charge of watching it was paying attention to watching it. But, details. Because, I don't know about you, but that seems like a significant invasion force that maybe should have shown up on your screens, and, well, the guy in charge of your screens got up to go use the facilities or get some coffee or do something like that, and totally missed this, lot of things. But what would a movie be without artificial suspense and action and so forth and so on? The marginally good news is that the idiot in charge of the screen sensor sweep system, whatever you want to call it, probably died in this bombing run. The bad news is that they're basically making this out to be Pearl Harbor or something like that. And yeah, I know there's a lot of baggage involved in Pearl Harbor. We're not going to get into that because we're talking about the Wing Commander movie right now. Deal with it! Unfortunately for the audience, the Kilrathi were much more interested in boarding this particular facility than simply outright destroying it. So yeah. Now we get the first view of just how bad the Wing Commander movie Kilrathi look. It's not great. Okay, so hold the fornicating phone here. There is this Navcom AI thing that has the faster than light jump information necessary to get back to Earth, right? And it has a master override switch that someone tried to push in order to destroy said device when, say, the station is being overrun, which is currently being overrun, no doubt about that. But apparently the command codes were overwritten, and the big red button doesn't do big red button things anymore. Okay, that's a conversation, but even worse, apparently the Navcom AI lives in a literally bulletproof box that this guy over here on the left is trying to shoot through, and, well, like I said, it's bulletproof. What? I mean, this whole thing's point is to be able to tell other ships how to get back to Earth when they need to do that. It should be the most easily destroyable thing on the station. Because, yeah, if you get overrun, I don't care if someone trips over it and falls on it. They should be able to whack it with a hammer, and behold, the information is gone. But no, instead it is armored. And for some reason, its self-destruct system is tied into the master control codes for the entire station. What? This thing should be operating on its entirely own air-gapped disjoint network that has nothing to do with the station that it lives in. It can only talk to other ships, and only when you allow it to at that. And then the master control on-off switch should be a separate disjoint air-gap system that is then hooked up to explosives that are placed immediately beneath the AI brain to blow it the f*** up. I mean, you humies have been doing red teaming for how long now? And yeah, this thing should have approximately 7 different ways of destroying it. And 3 of them should have big red buttons, and at least one of them should simply be a very large axe that says, in case of emergency, smack AI repeatedly. It's not hard. Although I suppose if I must, I should give this commanding officer credit. After all, after he shot this particular window like 5 or 6 times, clearly banging on it with his firearm, rifle, whatever you want to call that, will totally make the difference. I mean, 100 points for effort, 0 points for thought. And apparently this Yahoo is the admiral in charge of the entire station. Fine, whatever. I just love this particular line. 40 Kilrathi capital ships are closing. Station has been boarded. Well, if you've been boarded, the ships aren't closing, yo. Now, maybe there are an additional 40 ships closing on you, but I think I would have led with, hey, we got boarded, and by the way, it's going to get worse. And yes, of course, the Kilrathi want your Navcom, because it's the only way back to Earth, which is really weird. I mean, it's not that hard to calculate where you guys come from, although I don't really know how FTL drives work in the Wing Commander universe. It might be like a blink drive kind of thing, sort of like the new Battlestar Galactica, where you suddenly blip out of there and blip into here. It's hard to say, but regardless, yeah, we're looping back to if the Navcom is so important, and it is that important, then it should simply be the easiest thing on the station to destroy. Someone tripping over an extension cord should result in it just spontaneously combusting, and you're like, ah, crap. Now we got to go talk to one of those ships out in the yard that already has the information loaded onto it. They got to go back home, get us a new Navcom, bring it here, we'll plug it back in, it'll be fine. It should be that easy to destroy if it's that important. And I really, really do love it. I just love it. I don't even know where to start. But apparently the solution to having this particular station breached is to send off a probe into the fleet of 40 oncoming Kilrathi capital ships to send the message back home that the station had been breached. Because, yeah, of course, the Kilrathi would not be watching for anything coming from the station, and they wouldn't just spontaneously shoot down anything coming from the station, because, of course, why would they? There's no reason to do that, right? I mean, who would waste the ammo? By the Great Maker. I mean, I totally get that the silly little probe thingy could have, like, an FTL drive strapped to it. It would have to get the information back to Earth fast enough for it to matter. But still, you are literally yeeting it into the oncoming fleet that wants your head on a silver platter. You don't think they'll take notice of that weird little vehicle you just launched? It literally just came from your station. This is on the scale of Princess Leia telling Darth Vader to his face that she was in charge of a diplomatic ship after Darth Vader literally had to cut his way to almost boarding that ship. It's so dumb. Although, speaking of things that are not dumb, I really got to give whoever set up this set credit. I honest to the Great Maker, sincerely do. The overhead is low. It's short. Appropriate. There are large banks of fluorescent lights in said overhead. Also appropriate. The windows are angled inwards and downwards, which in space doesn't make any sense at all. But that is, in fact, how most terrestrial, aquatic ships on your planet have their windows set up. Basically, it shields them from overhead rain if it was coming directly down, is what it fundamentally boils down to. Also, the overhead is crowded. Look at all those pipes and ducts and conduits and big boxy things and straps and everything else that all of those humies could run their heads into if they stood up just 2 inches taller. Very accurate. And then look at the control panels and the displays and everything. Big clacky buttons, big displays inset into the consoles. Nice chairs that the crew can sit in. And it's all very like station oriented, where you have one person manning one station in charge of potentially one thing. I'm sure the movie will prove me wrong, but the point is it's all very set up, very, very similar to how bridges on your current modern nautical warships are actually configured. And, I mean, terrifyingly, this was filmed in 1999, So I assume that the prop designers, set designers, however you want to call them, anticipated this being like a futuristic bridge on some futuristic ship somewhere. Yeah, if they only knew. Now what's interesting is that the uniforms are actually hearkening to, I believe, the once great British Navy structure, specifically that the crew are wearing sweater type things, whereas the Commodore, Admiral, whatever he is, has a beautiful double-breasted coat on top of whatever's underneath. Now, there's all kinds of tracks, because the guy trailing behind the commanding officer, whatever he is, has a once great British accent of some sort or another, and I am sure that if it is a South Irish accent, I will get very, very cranky people in my comments, and feel free to correct me. Like I said, our accent package had some corruption and was not entirely installed properly, so blame me for that. Anyways, moving on, you got to give the Kilrathi credit for having a pretty decent FTL drive. The Vega star system is approximately 25 light years from your Sol, so being able to cover that distance in 40 hours, not bad. And of course, here is the renaming of the Tiger's Claw. Yes, again, I know it's a small detail, but it really did piss off a lot of fans at the time. And given that movies based on video games are basically pure fan service to start with, because outside of people who played games or played the game in question, there probably aren't that many people interested in the story. So yeah, why piss off your target audience right out of the gate? And you gotta love that the Humies managed to resurrect the oldies but goldies. Requisitioned merchantmen basically means the military said, yeah, that's our ship now, and we're going to use it. It's basically the same thing as impressing sailors into military service. And I seem to recall at least one significant war on your planet being fought over the fact that a certain country was stealing other countries' sailors and using them in their own navy. Now, granted, this is a particular war that will decide the fate of the human species as a whole. The Kilrathi are basically an extinction-level event by themselves. But, yeah, requisitioned is still a very polite way of saying stole. But you really got to give the movie credit for the old-school wireframe diagrams. I mean, at the time, this was probably cutting edge. But now it kind of has that fun little retro look to it, doesn't it? Especially with that display and how one of the buttons apparently fell off the display and no one thought to fix it. And then the best thing about these kind of diagrams is that stuff on the left is all text and information of some sort. It's way too tiny for the quality of the film to actually pick it up, and can you imagine trying to read that and make sense of it while you've got this little wireframe diagram in front of you? I suppose it's better than the Matrix's cascading gibberish nonsense, which also musically came out this year as well on your planet. But still, it's one of those old-fashioned science fiction tropes that show up even in Star Wars, Star Trek, and everywhere else. One interesting detail about this particular segment, though, is that First Lieutenant isn't really a rank in most navies. In fact, the only navy that kept it around as an actual rank on your planet is the Cape Verdean Coast Guard. It's predominantly used by armies and marines. It's the rank immediately above, well, second lieutenant. So it's perfectly equivalent to a lieutenant junior grade, or an O2, as the USA and military refers to them. The next rank above, of course, would be a captain, which, again, is very confusing because we're talking about terrestrial forces as opposed to aquatic forces. Now, what is fascinating is that the United States Space Force, when it was founded in 2019, decided to go with kind of Air Force and Army-style rankings. So First Lieutenant is actually a rank in the United States Space Force, which is just kind of funny given that the Space Force itself was founded 20 years after this movie. Now, it's arguable, given that a lot of these people on the bridge of this ship are speaking with once great British Isle accents of some sort or another, that the writers were trying to attempt to make the argument that the United Kingdom was defining the fleet and wing commander. After all, First Lieutenant is a thing, right? Again, not really. It's a post, not a rank. In fact, it basically boils down to being the executive officer of smaller ships, which is kind of strange because in the USA and Navy, the first lieutenant is largely in charge of the deck department, as in keeping up with mooring and lines and maintaining the exterior of the ship. So they're both using them in very different ways, but neither is still technically a rank, and certainly not a rank that a pilot would be bearing. But really, who cares about details like that? Oh, right, me. And speaking of details that no one cares about, I'm amused by this particular sequence right here. I mean, I'm not going to get too particular about the mass and diameter of your planet because those are all very complicated numbers and it depends on how you measure them and where you measure them at and so on and so forth. Because after all, while your planet is not flat, it's also not a perfect sphere. It's kind of like an oblate spheroid or something like that. Whatever. It's not uniformly diameterized in all directions. Fine. Also the mass, it depends on how you measure it and who's doing the measuring and so on and so forth, this, that, and the other. The population is somewhat terrifying since that's, twice what your current population is. But really, what in the fornication is orbit trajectory? Apparently 149,600,000 kilometers is Earth's average distance from its local star, otherwise known as Sol. But orbit trajectory? That's called an astronomical unit, you potatoes. And yes, for those of y'all who do not know, an astronomical unit, otherwise known as an AU, is Earth's average distance from the sun. And yeah, y'all use that for measurements for all kinds of things just because it's easier to explain than, say, billions, millions, trillions of kilometers. Yeah. Like the saying on your European continent goes, the North Americans will use anything aside from kilometers to measure distance, right? Well, apparently that goes for your entire planet in some regards. And alright, fine, you missed the segue because, again, I can only do still images as opposed to the video that I would like to show you. But here is that, what was it called? Requisitioned merchant or whatever the hell, zipping along by. But we got to this requisitioned merchant by taking that wireframe Earth and making it like your real Earth, and then zooming out, and then zooming out, and then zooming out a little more, and here she is. So if the ship that we were just on can make contact with this ship, why can't it make contact with Earth or wherever the ship is going? Radiuses are not that complicated, man. Distances are not that complicated. The speed of plot, right? Always the speed of plot. And now I don't know where to start. It's fine. It's all fine. This pendant being held in these humy hands are a sign of the whole pilgrim concept that will be further introduced later on in the movie. It's very essential, very crucial, and doesn't show up anywhere else in the Wing Commander game series. So again, we are totally ignoring the actual fans of the games to introduce something weird that never really happens. Fine, whatever. Don't care. What I do care about is the fact that the person with those hands are reading the Odyssey. Okay. Now, depending on which version of the Odyssey that you're actually reading, the page on the left is actually part of Chapter 5, as opposed to Book 6 as shown in the video. And then the page on the right side is actually part of Book 6, Chapter 6, however you want to call it. The text is actually correct, which is shockingly unusual for Hollywood. Most times, the background text is just random background text. It's like lorem ipsum or something like that. But no, in this case, this is actually the text of the book Odyssey. Or rather, the Odyssey by Homer, which was written about, Odysseus. And, do any of y'all remember how that all turned out for Odysseus and his crew? I mean, if you want to do foreshadowing, there are significantly lighter hands that you could put on the movie to foreshadow certain outcomes. On the flip side, what are the chances that the average audience of this movie actually knows what the Odyssey is actually about? I don't actually know. Really heavy-handed, though. And now I just have so many thoughts. First of all, oh my god, he is so thin. Second of all, blonde does not work for him. Third of all, wow, those are button trousers. You don't actually see button trousers very much. You've got to unbutton all the buttons to do the whole plumbing thing that y'all need to do periodically. Third of all, it's like they burned their budget for the overhead on the last ship, and this ship just has random wires and piping strapped onto it in random places. It gets worse, though. Like, I know this is just a requisition merchant and this, that, and the other, but I'm pretty sure those manifolds on the wall are just like packing foam for something that was just simply painted bronze or whatever that particular color is. Yeah, like we have now achieved original Twilight Zone or original Outer Limits or original Lost in Space level of prop design right here, or set design it technically is. Kind of fascinating. And also, why is there like a hidden biohazard sign on the left side of the door? Like, I probably don't want to know why there is a biohazard on the bridge. That doesn't seem great. And can I just say, thin or not, I am still fascinated that the uniforms on these guys are not tremendously uniform. I mean, Admiral Tolwyn on the last ship was wearing a coat of some kind on his bridge, while the rest of his bridge crew wore a turtleneck sweater. Whereas these pilots wear a sweater with this weird, like, smooth fabric top on the top of them, with like this big opening on top. And at least they all have their name badges on the left side of their uniform, which I think is pretty much the exact opposite of how most militaries do it. When it comes to most, if not all, militaries on your planet and their uniforms, if they have a name tape or a pin-on name badge or whatever the way they have of showing your actual identification name on said uniform, they're almost always on the right side of the uniform. There's a lot of potential explanations for this. The most common one is that it's the side that you shake hands with. So people just follow your arm up to your torso and behold, there is your name right there. Conversely, it's also the side that most militaries require you to salute with. So your hand's out of the way and you're already paying attention to that side of the human body because they're saluting you. So you just look down from their salute and behold, name there. But I don't know if any of those are actually true or I'm just making them up. Either way, once again, it is absolutely hilarious that they got the whole like shoulder badge concept of rank correct. He even has one stripe, which may or may not be correct. I don't know. Maybe that circle is indicative of like second lieutenant and the stripe is then first lieutenant. I'm not sure. Unclear. Whatever. But the name badges for all the name badges that we've seen so far are on the left side. Because reasons. But speaking of silly things all the same, Admiral Tolwyn is telling this silly pilot, or whatever the hell he is, to hand-deliver an encrypted communications chip to the captain of the Tiger Claw. All good and well, except he's not already in possession of said encrypted communications chip. So they're having to broadcast this over hopefully an encrypted channel, and then he's going to have to print this encrypted communication chip onto said a chip, and then assume that at no point in the transmission or transcription process, the encrypted communication chip was not copied. Or was copied. Too many negatives. Regardless. What? Just tell the idiot that you have some communication that needs to be passed on to the Tiger Claw because you can't reach the Tiger Claw right now, and that's pretty much all you need to say. You don't have to add all these layers of silliness and stupidity to it. I swear. And oh hey, look, that chip that he was talking about, that encrypted chip, the chip that he had to encrypt to pass on to the captain, that chip in particular, yeah, it's called a mini disc. It's a weird offshoot of the idea of compact discs on your planet. It's an optical storage media system that is just a little tiny CD in a platter that holds a little tiny CD inside of it. They didn't last very long. They weren't very good, but hey, if you look close enough at the image in front of you, you can actually almost read mini disc on the bottom part of the platter that the shiny thing is inside of, despite all the rest of the tarting up of the prop. So, yeah. But sorry, I'm not actually done with this particular sequence quite yet, even though the mini disc callout is kind of an interesting detail. What the hell is 1/4 impulse doing in a Wing Commander movie as opposed to a Star Trek movie? What does 1/4 impulse actually mean? No one knows. But it has successfully permeated all science fiction everywhere. Kind of frustrating. And here we are back yet again exploring the concept of the Pilgrim in the Wing Commander universe. the thing that never existed anywhere else. But we're going to play with it anyways in the movie all the same, because why not at this point? Also, just FYI, hiding a little tiny stabby thing inside of the nigh religious iconography you wear around your neck, and the little tiny stabby thing is actually longer than the actual iconography is itself, will raise some questions. Just letting you know that ahead of time, in case any of y'all have any crazy ideas up your heinies or whatever. But hey, we're back to computers again, the Confed Navcom AI. Or at least a portable version of it, or the version of it that you can upload off the central AI. It's really unclear how every apparent ship, even like requisition merchant ships in the Federation space, have a Confed Navcom AI. And everyone was losing their mind over the one at the station. I'm confused. Regardless, I do love that gigabyte number. What does that look like? 2,097,152 gigabytes. All right. If you follow binary structure, that don't make no sense at all. But the RAM's okay. Good job. Sensor grid's online. Hardware dialogue on okay. Navlink is okay. Neural net, I'm not sure what that means yet, but it's okay. And the system check is complete. How you came up with that number of gigabytes of whatever, it's either RAM or storage, no one knows, but it's also okay. All good. And speaking of navcoms, you really have to appreciate how faster than light jumps can get you going even faster if you say slingshot your jump around a black hole, where, yeah, calculations matter. And if you're off by a little tiny bit, you'll either not be anywhere near where you wanted to be, or you will suddenly be everywhere all at once. And not in that fun Hollywood kind of way. It's messy. And by the great maker, I wish you could hear what I hear when I see this scene. Because there's just something wild about what he's saying in a particularly French accent that makes it sound so much cooler than it is, and it's already pretty cool as it is already. And like I said, my accent system is entirely broken, so I'm not even going to try to attempt it. Sorry. But naturally, the gravitational distortion, space-time distortion that the Pilgrims were one of the first humans to navigate, or chart, or course, or however you want to phrase the term, naturally another Pilgrim could figure out how to do a FTL jump by way of slingshotting around said navigational distortion. Naturally, also, the normal humies had a poor reaction to this whole, thing, but they got where they're going, right? Or at least they didn't die. And yeah, the Pilgrim in question plotted a jump through a gravity well in under 10 seconds, and apparently Navcoms can't even do that themselves. So, yeah. The whole Pilgrim storyline was a massive fixture in the Wing Commander movie. Again, never showed up anywhere else. And this is supposed to be a prequel, a predecessor, a before the game kind of thing. Maybe the Pilgrims got annihilated. I don't know. Genocide on a galactic scale, hard to say. And here, finally, we get to see one of the fighters from the Tiger Claw herself. One of the actual Wing Commander fighters. Yeah, that doesn't really look like most Wing Commander fighters, does it? Now, again, granted, it's in motion, low quality film footage, blah, 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 so on and so forth. There will be cleaner shots in the future. You will not be happy with them. I promise. And here, sadly, is one of the very many missed bets on the Wing Commander movie. Behold, the Tiger Claw. Yeah, this is pretty much the best shot of her you get. I wish I wasn't joking. Here is the big ship of a number of Wing Commander games. The ship. The ship that everyone cares about. The ship that even people who aren't even familiar with Wing Commander would know about. And this is basically your opening shot of her. And it's not like we're doing the Star Trek flyby of the refitted Enterprise or something in space dock. Oh, no. We don't get none of that. I mean, here we are getting a better shot of the Diligent than we are of the Tiger Claw herself. Who put the visuals together, and why would they do this? The Tiger Claw is like the big ship, especially for this movie. Diligent's kind of immaterial at this point. So priorities really got messed up somewhere along the way. Also, can we talk about how there's next to no reason for the port and starboard forward cargo pods of the Diligent not being attached to the bridge itself? It's not like you're gaining any kind of visibility out of the bridge when the port and starboard wings are not attached to the bridge. They're still obstructing your view. You could still have a little bit of extra cargo space if you had simply connected those things to the bridge. It's a very distinctive silhouette, I'll give you that. But, on the other hand, cargo space. And yeah, this is the last of the opening shot of the Tiger Claw, is seeing the Diligent going into a cargo hold on the Tiger Claw's ventral side. Yeah, that's all you get. You get to see a lot of curved panels, you get to see the Diligent, and you get to see the Diligent park. You don't get to see a whole lot out of the Tiger Claw. I mean, seriously, this is a significantly wasted opportunity. The Diligent could have come in on this nice sweeping approach to this massive starship, and to give you some sort of like idea of length and width and height and scope and scale and all the rest of that nonsense. But no. We're just going to like come in tight, stay tight, and then just park the ship and call it done. What? I mean, I will be the first to argue that the refit shot of the Enterprise was a little long, even for the time. Yes, there was grandiose music. Yes, there were happy expressions on all the humies present. Yes, it was supposed to be a very, very big deal. It was still kind of a little long time. This was just half-assed, and then half-assed again, and then whatever was left was like 10th-assed. Pathetic. And here we are back yet again on the matter of rank. Is he lieutenant junior grade? Is he a first lieutenant? No one knows. Least of all him. If he's a first lieutenant, he would have to be a Marine or a Space Force officer. If he's a lieutenant junior grade, then yes, he could totally be a naval officer and a pilot. Although there are some first lieutenant Marine pilots as well. Not going to argue that point. But make up your mind. Choose a rank structure, please. Oh, and speaking of directors or writers or whomever else not being able to pick a freaking lane, Baldy over there pronounced it as lieutenant, whereas the vaguely Germanic accent dude who's is to us presently pronounced it as lieutenant. Again, not necessarily the same, but basically the same. Lieutenant is how once great British randos pronounce lieutenant, and most of the rest of your planet pronounces it lieutenant. So, again, complicated, but still. Choose a lane, choose a thing. Be consistent, for the love of the great maker. Ah, yes, and here we get to one of the significant sticking points, aside from Tiger's Claw versus Tiger Claw. Yes, those fighters that came in and escorted in the Diligent, yeah, those were rapiers. I know you don't believe me, but they call them rapiers in the movie. And no, they're not really rapiers. These particular rapiers were built from scrapped English electric Lightning jet fighters, whereas the actual Wing Commander rapiers are mostly not that. I mean, the movie rapier is quite distinctive, with its entire nose being a rotary cannon nightmare thing. But the actual rapier from the games looks more like something you'd expect out of Macross or something like that. It's a somewhat angular ship with canards in the front and very large guns on either side. It doesn't have a Gatling nose cannon weirdness thing at all. Yeah. Like I tried to warn you at the very beginning, the movie did take a whole pile of creative licenses. One particular detail that they did not take creative license with, however, is a flyboy's natural tendency to notice the blonde hair in the room. Yeah, that's pretty universal amongst all cultures and communities and countries on your planet. Gotta love flyboys. And finally, here is the big, inspiring music sequence of seeing the flight deck on board the Tiger Claw. I have so many questions. First of all, why does the center of that door at the very end of the flight deck go down while the outsides go out? Why not have it all go one direction? Reduces the number of sealing surfaces, sealing lines you have to seal. You know what I mean? More moving parts makes sealing these things harder. Fine. Likewise, what is that elevator in the middle of the room for? It's way too small for those fighters, which also seem way too small in general. But, I mean, I guess it could just move cargo up and down. But generally on carriers, any kind of cargo elevator is also conveniently sized for, aircraft, or in this case, starfighters. Likewise, why is 5A oriented to be legible in one left to right direction, or right to left direction? Either way. Why isn't it stern bow or bow stern? I don't understand. And likewise, I don't know how many of y'all have seen the inside of USAN or once Great British or French or whoever else has carriers floating around on the seas these days. But carrier internals are not set up like this. Although I really am starting to see some inspiration for, say, the layout of the Venator class Star Destroyer in Star Wars, although now I'm not sure which came first. Oh, that's interesting. Neither came first, because both Episode 1 and Wing Commander came out in the same year. Wonder how many notes they shared and or cribbed from each other. Anyways, this whole bay structure to either side of the main area of the hangar, not really a thing. Carrier hangars are massive empty voids at the core of the ship. They almost span from the very bow to almost the very stern. Not quite, but they are definitely as wide as the carrier is, and they are cavernous, empty of structure, and somehow always crowded and too tight to move anything around in. There literally wouldn't be space for these silly pylons to get in the way. And yes, in fact, I am saying that the flight deck on carriers is supported by basically the sides of the carrier. There's nothing in the middle. Now, there's a couple decks between the actual flight deck and the actual hangar space. Pity the poor souls who have to berth underneath the catapults, for example. But still, this is way too crowded. And yes, I know I gave the movie credit for the crowded overheads on the bridge of that one ship, but that's different from hangar space. Also, where are my Skittles? I mean, I guess I see a guy in a blue coverall and a couple guys in orange coveralls, and then some guys in some black pants and tan stuff with different colors on their sleeves, which is not confusing at all. But they seem to have totally tossed the idea of at least the USA and Navy deck Skittles right out the window. And yes, I know you probably don't know what I'm talking about when I say Skittles. I'll do an episode about it at some point. And speaking of more lacking poetic license, creative license, artistic license, however you want to phrase it, I do appreciate two things in this particular sequence. The fact that this ship, this fighter, looks shot to shit because, it's the middle of a war and you patch it up with whatever piece of metal you have laying around, but also because the pilot here is actually rocking around a flight bag of all things. And yes, it's basically exactly what it sounds like. He's probably got a change of clothes in there, some paperwork, some documentation, some miscellaneous equipment, and it all basically boils down to the fact that in a war, the ship you took off on may not necessarily be the ship you land on. So it might be nice to have a change of underwear when you get to the next place you're going. Now, as I mentioned previously, these wackadoodle rapiers are based off of your terrestrial English electric lightning fighters, which is just as well because those lightning fighters have one massive air intake in the nose, around which the prop designers built that massive rotating cannon assembly that makes the rapiers look so very strange. On the flip side, using a surplus fighter does make a lot of things a lot easier. For example, we just had a whole sequence that I didn't bother with that showed the pilot climbing into the cockpit, and it looks exactly like a cockpit would, because it is a cockpit. But here we are actually in the cockpit looking at the displays, and it is very clear that the prop department had a heyday with all of this, because almost none of this is original. But I say almost with malice aforethought. If you pay attention to the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you will see a small dial with I assume either a button or some sort of plug system immediately adjacent to it. That dial, if that needle were out of the way, would actually say knots, like K-N-O-T-S, as in nautical measurement of speed. I'm not sure what that means in space, but it is, as far as I can tell, the only original component, aside from the two wiring conduits directly beneath it, that survived the makeover to make this look more futuristic and more advanced than, say, lots and lots of spinning dials and stuff like that, because the original Lightning was rather dated in 1999 and would not look at all science fiction-y or futuristic in the slightest bit. Although now that I pay more attention, I will admit that I made an error. If you notice, as the pilot is getting into his cockpit, you'll see this massive black hose type assembly. It looks kind of like the end of a rubber glove or something, directly in front of his face to the right side of the cockpit. You wouldn't know that looking at this particular image, but if we flip back to the image of the original Lightning cockpit assembly, look what is on the right side of the cockpit. A large black rubber thing that looks like the end that you shove your hand into for a rubber glove. If I were betting softfont, I would bet that black rubber assembly ties up to this weird little quasi-screen thing in the upper right-hand side of our current screen right now. And I would guess on the original Lightning it was meant to be an easy way of viewing their radar emitter system without making it too bright or allowing them some sort of blackout at night or something like that. Likewise, I'd also guess that the prop department messed up right here and kept the rubber glovey thingy around until they started trying to do the internal shots of the cockpit and realized it didn't make any sense at all and ripped the damn thing out. This is what you get with dealing with surplus materials. And again, for giving them credit for not taking artistic licenses, you do have to appreciate the callback, the obvious callback, because I was inverted. But on the side of doing artistic license and creative license and all the rest of that, here we are back again, treating science fiction space combat as a two-dimensional experience. Climb? What does that actually mean in space? You're not climbing away from anything, aside from if you're leaving a gravity well on a planet. And yes, Drouthies are quite quick. They are quite maneuverable. And if you know anything about Wing Commander, you know that they're the ones with the big hemispherical wings on either side, basically. The rank and file of the Kilrathi combat fighter fleet. But climb? Sure, you could make an argument that they can flip vertical faster than you. In that, I mean, they can pull back on their stick and their nose can point up faster than yours can. But is that really quantified as a climb? And speaking of, is that really a climb, I would like to point out that this was a PG-13 movie as it came out in the USA and province. I'm intrigued that they were able to invoke the term gangbang and still maintain that rating. But on the other hand, I don't know if she's deck crew or a pilot. I'm guessing a pilot, given how this conversation is going. And yeah, that's pretty much standard pilot, sailor, all of that language. Yeah. I don't think civilians on your planet have any idea just how florid conversations can be between service members in some branches of some militaries. It's almost like putting humies together in life or death situations causes them to build a certain camaraderie or something like that. Who knew? Although speaking of still getting things right, I am not going to fault them for this pilot, and yes, that's what she turned out to be, claiming to be a wing commander. Because yes, obviously that's a callback to the game and movie name, obviously. But also specifically in the Royal Air Force, I believe it is. It's an actual rank, roughly equivalent to the straight-up commander version of, say, the Royal Navy. Now, that said, what's further interesting is that the royal folks use it as a rank, whereas, say, the USAians in specific use it as a billet, not a rank. But if we're going for, say, what's the term, consensus, I believe is the fun phrase on your planet regarding science, the rank actually has kind of the numbers game locked up because most every Air Force that used to be occupied by the once great British Empire uses Wing Commander as an actual rank. And like we mentioned, since everyone in this movie, aside from the pilots, aside from the two pilots that were brought on board, that is to say, seem to have a approximately British accent, it's no surprise they're using it as a rank. And for fornication's sake, can this pilot finally decide on his actual rank? He's been introduced as lieutenant, lieutenant junior grade, and first lieutenant so far in this movie. What other ranks is he going to assume? Now, arguably, first lieutenants as a rank would frequently introduce themselves as lieutenant. Furthermore, lieutenant junior grades don't always introduce themselves as lieutenant junior grades because you might as well give yourself that kind of brevet promotion. You're a lieutenant, right? Doesn't matter either way. However, when you are speaking to your new and now very pissed off wing commander, a little specificity might be a good idea. And yes, just for clarification, in at least the USAian militaries, it is customary to refer to female senior officers as ma'am, unless they specify otherwise. And that is certainly their prerogative, and they can tell you to refer to them as sir, and again, their choice. But the default answer is sir for males and ma'am for females. Deal with it. As another example, however, of credit where credit is due, here we have what appears to be a quick-acting watertight door. which, I mean, technically atmosphere is harder to contain than water, but the premise is still basically the same. Also, we have what appears to be a CO2 fire extinguisher mounted onto the bulkhead, although not one of what I would consider to be common USAian design, courtesy of that big cone. Either way, it's probably the most common Bravo or Charlie fire extinguisher you'd find mounted on any bulkhead anywhere. And most Alpha fires and most warships consist of just putting a lid on the trash can. Not that hard. Now, yes, starships have a different problem than terrestrial warships in that, CO2 pollution in the atmosphere would be kind of a bad thing. On the flip side, fires are bad in that they produce CO2 and do significant amounts of damage, so you take a lot of CO2 up front to prevent more CO2 and more damage from being created. Also, foam extinguishers are bad for electronics, PKP extinguishers are worse, and both of those are much harder to clean up than just your standard CO2. Also, I am told that the CO2 extinguishers are great for chilling your canned beverages, although I am also told that damage control chiefs get very, very cranky about that happening. And finally, I have no idea what that manifold is doing. I have no idea what that manifold is meant to be doing. I do know that oil leaking out of it is probably bad, but yeah, I got nothing else to say about that. And by the great maker, they even brought out knee knockers. Goodness gracious. For those of y'all who do not know, knee knockers are basically the holes that are made in the frames of the ship. And I realize that doesn't answer the question. Damn it. All right, fine. Frames are what hold ships open? No, that doesn't help either. Okay, fine. Ships, modern ships on your planet, are large metal contrivances that you shove into the water and you use to keep the water out, correct? Fine. The water wants to get in. The water constantly wants to get in. And as always, water always wins, so you have to keep the water out. And if you just made like an envelope of metal and shoved it into the water, well, the water would simply crush that envelope together and that would be the end of it. So, shipbuilders give ships rigid structures inside of them that hold them open. I would say that frames are kind of like ribs on your human body, except ships actually already have ribs that are disjoint from the frames. They have metallic structures on the insides of the hull that help reinforce the hull on a more local basis, whereas the frames are like the across-the-ship sheets of metal that are held in place by, say, the floor and the ceiling, which are frequently the same thing, to keep internal rigidity, well, rigid. This also helps with damage control and so forth, so on, because this leads us back to the compartmentalization problem that we talked about previously. But as much as damage control might want to have every ship broken up into concrete chunks that cannot allow things to move between one or the other, because that would make life so much easier for them, you do need to allow humans to move around. And you do this by way of apertures that are colloquially referred to as knee knockers. Really, the hull is high enough off the deck that they would better be referred to as shin knockers, but they used to be higher off the deck in older ships, so I guess that's how the term came about. But basically, these are reinforced holes in the frame, and typically they're reinforced on both sides. It appears this one is only reinforced on one side. It has that rigid lip around the far side. And this hole is how humies move between frames on a ship without the frame necessarily having a quick-acting watertight door in it. It's basically as small a hole as is possible to, again, retain rigidity on the frame structure, but still allow humies to move between the various spaces that the frame is separating. And yes, you learn very, very quickly to lift your legs high enough and duck your head low enough, as our actor here is doing. Because if you don't, they can draw blood if you try to move through them fast enough. Which, yes, can be quite complicated in, say, damage control exercise evolutions when people are trying to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible, and frequently trip over these things or knock themselves in the head with them. And then the medical team is no longer doing an exercise, they are doing real-world scenarios. I guess it's training either way, right? And speaking of flyboys being flyboys, I do appreciate the gender equality being displayed in this particular flyboy berthing. Hopefully this is not their wardroom, although there are some tables and chairs, which leads me to believe it might be. But most wardrooms are tried to be kept a little more pomp and circumstance-like than, say, putting up posters on the wall. And since, after all, as we discovered just a bit ago, this is a mixed-gender ship and a mixed-gender pilot cadre, it makes perfect sense that physical specimens of either gender might be displayed on the walls. And yeah, y'all should be thankful that they are currently as clothed as they are. Or maybe you shouldn't be thankful, depending on your personal preferences. But pilot quarters are, well, pilot quarters, as you might expect. I am, however, amused that all these years into your future and you still cannot escape those screw-type vending machines. You know the one that hangs up a little package of crispy potato slices on the end of the screw and then doesn't let it drop down into the bay that you're supposed to reach into and grab them out of. Or it gets hung up on the stupid assembly that is meant to prevent you from reaching higher into the machine when you reach into the collection bay to pull out your crispy slices of potato content nonsense. Yeah, it's right there in the middle of the screen on the back bulkhead. And it looks exactly as horrifying as they do currently on your planet right now. And here they are being correct about pilots yet again. It's kind of shocking, honestly. Once again, I would like to point out how crowded the overhead is in this particular compartment. But beyond that, our flyboy here came charging into the space, claiming that his best friend was the second best flyboy in this particular tub. And the gentleman in the, what color is that? Maroon? Blood? Not really sure. Anyways, the gentleman in the hoodie stood up and said, exactly how do you figure who's the first? And our blonde-haired stick jockey here said, well, the first way to figure that out is you beat the shit out of me. And to which the other gentleman inquired, what's the second? To which our, again, blonde-haired stick jockey procured a bottle of Johnny Walker. Now, it does appear to be a bottle of Johnny Walker Black, but on the other hand, the pilots in the current stateroom, wardroom, berthing area did not buy it. And the pilot who came charging in, indirectly claiming to be the best pilot on the tub, is offering it for free. Yeah. If any of y'all have watched either Top Gun, you are more than familiar with say, naval nautical aviators and their propensity for, ethanol in all of its various forms. That may have been over-exaggerated in the movies. It might have been understated in the movies. Either way, it's a truism across the board. And without getting too much into the current sociological situation on your planet as it stands right now, I would like to point out that the third option that the pilot here proposes, kicking his ass and then drinking his scotch all the same, is a great way of establishing yourself in any kind of context. Because yeah, in just that one scene, this one actress just formulated her entire character. And you gotta love it. Because these are all jocks. And yes, amusingly, aviators are frequently referred to as fighter jocks, or jocks in general, or just, yeah. And yes, it does carry over from the physical exertion exercises you had to do in high school. Shockingly, the people who were good at sports turned out to be fairly decent fighter pilots. Also, the people who were not great at sports tended to build the fighters and the equipment that launched the fighters, so it all kind of balanced out in the end. And yes, I know there are exceptions, and I know you'll be cranky in the comments. There's no reason for it. I was just talking in broad swaths. If you want to get your little underoos in a bunch, you can do that. After all, it just drives up, what's the term, engagement with my channel, right? And regardless of all those details, I do appreciate that they finally gave us some context maybe some context. A little bit of context. It's really, I don't actually know what the left side of the screen is supposed to be telling me. It's supposed to be telling me the Confederate battle group, right? Are they scattered between all those stars? Why is the solar system so big in comparison to what I assume are the stars? Or are those ships, and are those the jumps they have to take back to the solar system? I don't know. What I do know, however, is that at the right screen, the Vega sector, whatever it's called, has a massive Kilrathi battle group led by what I assume to be one of their battleships. And then a whole pile of ancillary craft behind it, headed for the Charybdis quasar. And for some reason, the Tiger Claw is represented as a box. This is not entirely wrong. For the longest time on your planet, and possibly even until today, certain vessels like, say, ICBM-style vessels, like SSBN-style vessels, that is to say, submarines that carry ballistic missiles that happen to carry nuclear warheads on them, are given a box. And every 3 months or so, whatever their rotation schedule is for deployments, these ballistic missile submarines go out and they find their box and they just chill. And the whole point is for them to be there and for no one to know where exactly they are specifically. Not even the USA's Department of Navy, not even USA's Department of Defense. No one is supposed to know where these submarines are, aside from in their box. This is, after all, a kind of survival technique. Now, I don't know why the Tiger Claw would have been doing that kind of like sneaky maneuver kind of crap, but I'm kind of amused that the Tiger Claw is still categorized as a box, and the Kilrathi battle group is actually like, you can see all the individual ships, and you can even scale the individual ships. And they clearly know that the Tiger Claw is out there, given how their formation is configured. They are expecting a fight from the top side of their formation. I wonder why. And yeah, as it turns out, you should have set up the Pegasus Navcom AI to be destroyed in the easiest possible way. Again, not to repeat myself because I hate doing that, but why was this thing so protected? Did you think a Humie would just destroy it just for the giggles? As opposed to a Humie who desperately needs to destroy it right now? Consider the threat profiles, yo! And behold, the horror and, well, basically horror of a holding action. The Tiger Claw's only job right now is to delay a massive fleet for 2 hours. That's a long time. I know it doesn't sound like a long time to y'all, but that's a long time in actual, like, no-joke warfare. There are a lot of rounds fired in anger that can be exchanged in 2 hours. And yes, the Confederate battle group has to have 25 hours to get home. And the Kilrathi fleet only needs 23 hours to get back to Terra. What could the Kilrathi fleet do to Terra in 2 hours? And that's the motivation for the Tiger Claw. Do you have families at home? Do you have friends at home? Do you have pets at home? I don't know what you have at home. I don't know. I have cubes at home. But in the meantime, what can you do to keep this enormous battle group from going into the quasar and zipping their way back to Earth? Exciting. Also, I think this is the first time that we've talked about the Tiger Claw herself. And I have even more questions now. Why does she have a crew complement of 119,332? That's ridiculous. And I am hopeful that MLN does not mean million, because otherwise your crew complement could be entirely obscene. She's commanded by Admiral Gerald, of course. Maximum shield system, blah, 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 sensors online, whatever. But wow, nearly 120,000 souls on board. That's a big tub. And I do apologize, but this is where I pay attention to particulars. Again, I'm still annoyed that the name tapes are on the left side of their tunics as opposed to the right side where they're supposed to be. Fine. And no, of course he doesn't like it because he's the XO, the one saying, I don't like it. And he's being told to take his ship into not only harm's way, but death's certainty just to buy Earth an additional 2 hours. I don't know anyone who would like that, but I do know a lot of Humies who would do it just because what a way to go down. But can we talk about, just for a second, their colors? Why does the color on the guy on the left have more inwardly pointy thingies than the guy on the right? These are supposed to be the same uniform, right? And uniforms are supposed to be, well, uniform. So why is there so much variance in the colors on their uniforms? Their neck sizes aren't that different. Their head sizes are, well, I always have a hard time dealing with your Humie keratin growths on top of your craniums. So they could be similar size. I'm not sure, but their necks seem, well, I guess the guy on the left actually has a bigger neck. But still, why you would think that a bigger neck would lead to the color flappy thingies being further out and the narrower neck flappy thingies being closer in. But in fact, the opposite happened. What? I guess they burned all their money on, I don't even know at this point. It certainly wasn't costumes. And now moving back to the pilots, on the one hand, I would like to point out that yes, I have been talking up the pilots and how smart they are, and this, that, and the other. On the other hand, this particular pilot just asked the other pilot why he didn't take his castle with his little horsey. Fine. It's two-dimensional combat as opposed to the three-dimensional combat that they're used to. I get that, but could you at least learn the terms, you potato? And yes, I knew going in that he was right, because taking the castle with the little horsey thing allowed them both to make checkmate, although he did help the pilot who just talked up to him, and possibly did not make a friend with the other pilot. So, details. The absolute whole joke of the Wing Commander movie is that these two pretty boys are actually not that horrible pilots. Yeah, take from that what you will. And here is where the movie starts getting interesting if you're actually paying attention to the specific details. Because yes, Lieutenant Pretty Boy sat in Commander Chen's fighter. Let's see how that plays out. Oh boy, he never existed. Interesting. His name was on the side of a fighter, right? I could have sworn his name was on the side of a fighter, right? Maybe I misread. But either way, here we are with the standoff of he never existed. Very angry and all the rest of those noises. But all the same, I don't think we're getting an answer to what happened because, stand by. Because now we've been distracted by one of the pilots being one of those Pilgrim things that we know nothing about because they never showed up in the games. So, yeah, pilots being pilots got kind of weird in the middle, and I guess we'll find out the details later on, right? But on the flip side, you do have to love the Wing Commander rolling in heavy, saying, "Stand down or you'll have a problem with me." Yeah, Wing Commanders get their job because they are good at wrangling pilots. Can you imagine what wrangling pilots would look like? Much less aviators, because yes, I know there's all kinds of contention between the USA and Air Force and the USA and Navy as to which is the best pilot. I will propose this as a potential tiebreaker. Only one of those branches consistently lands a jet fighter on a moving postage stamp. Yeah. Regardless, I do appreciate the sign behind her clarifying that this is in fact the pilot's mess, and it is their job to keep it tidy, which I do assume means it's their job to not break their fellow pilot's nose on their fellow pilot's table. So, you gotta have standards somewhere, right? And here they had to loop us around to what we were already thinking, after all. Because yes, this is a compartmentalization process for you squishy humies. You know you're going to die. That's somehow okay with you because you're committed at this point. But when you die, everyone just kind of treats you as you never existed. Because that's easier than dealing with all the number of humies that have died on your ship. Now, it's kind of horrible because they're deliberately forgetting the people who have died, which seems to defeat the point of most of your funeral traditions and customs. But on the flip side, people do interesting things to make it through war. And you can't really blame them for doing what they have to do to stay sane and actually capable of hopefully staying alive, or at least making a lot of other guys die for their country first. I do have to appreciate, however, that, well, yes, indeed, this is a warship, and warships are full of sharp, pointy edges and corners and uneven surfaces and other things and sorts of things that would cause damage to you squishy forms. On the other hand, putting a very hot surface directly behind where a Huey would stand at precisely eyeball level seems like raising the risk level a little too high, if you're asking me. And no one did, but here I am anyways. Now, as for Wing Commander and jump drives. Well, Wing Commander kind of split the difference between, say, Mech Warrior and, say, the new Battlestar Galactica. I think that's a fair argument. Or at least the primary jump drive in Wing Commander split the difference. The secondary jump drive, the kind of original jump drive, was the Morvan drive, which created localized space warps through intense gravitational fields, and you could basically jump from anywhere to anywhere. It just was very, very, let's go with dangerous. Also, they were a pain in the butt to use. You couldn't go very far with them. You had to be entirely out of a solar system to use them. They were disrupted by any nearby gravitational fields at all, and there's a whole lot of other failings with them. On the flip side, the drive is actually contained within a Klein bottle, which is pretty cool if you ask me. But the TL on this DR is that basically no one uses these hopper drives anymore, as they're colloquially referred to. Instead, they use the Aquende drive, which is more commonly referred to as the jump drive and is naturally named after Sherry Aquende, who basically discovered the technology of why it works. Why it works involves a whole pile of scientific handwavium that almost rivals Star Trek in its use of creative terms like anti-gravitons and anti-protons. I mean, y'all don't even know that gravitons exist yet. They're still just in a theory state right now. And antiprotons you do know exist because those are otherwise referred to as antimatter. They go boom when they touch actual protons. Or pretty much almost anything. Depends. But regardless, there's a lot of details that go into these Aquende drives. First of all, the jump bubble that the drive creates is only about 500 meters in radius, a kilometer in diameter. And beyond that distance, the cost increases radically to make a bigger bubble. So you'll find that a lot of ships in the Wing Commander universe deliberately limit themselves to being less long, less wide, and less tall than a kilometer. Shockingly, for all those ball lovers out there amongst you humies, they never actually made like a sphere ship, as far as I know. Like a massive, just barely not 1 kilometer sphere that could fit inside its own jump bubble and do stuff. Lack of imagination, I suppose. Because they certainly didn't do the proper thing and make a cube ship either, so who knows. But the other significant detail is, like I mentioned, the hopper drives can go from basically anywhere as long as you're not in a solar system to basically anywhere as long as it's not in a solar system. The trick with the actual jump drives is that you have to go from jump point to jump point. And most of the points, if not all of them, are located near stars or in the orbits of planets. Naturally, this grossly simplifies interplanetary trade, but it also complicates getting across the galaxy. For example, the Tiger Claw, still hate that name, cannot go straight from where she is to straight where the Charybdis quasar is. You can't get there from here, yo. You gotta make sequential jumps to various jump points that you can actually reach to get you within range of jumping to the quasar directly. Yeah. Like I said, kind of like Battletech MechWarrior, where they have to jump from star to star quite literally, but a little better in that you can sometimes jump directly to the planet, as opposed to having to slow boat from above or below the star, and that takes a while. But there is a solution, as you will see momentarily. Because for now, that roundabout path that they were planning on taking would take them about 4 days of hard travel. I mean, it does take time for the jump drive to actually regenerate the antigravitons and antiprotons that power it, and you shouldn't run the jump drive too hard because the jump drives do actually burn out, and then they have to be refurbished, and that's expensive, and you can't exactly do that in the middle of a war when you're not near, like, you know, a shipyard right now. A shipyard like mine! Except we don't do that. We just cube the jump drive and start over again. But wait! I promise you the solution! And behold, solution. And here we are back to Wing Commander shockingly getting so many things right. Also, can I just talk about how much I love these sweaters and how they're like knitted in crosswise patterns depending on what kind of color they're using or whatever. And they have cute little turtleneck thingies. I mean, it would stand to reason that ships would either be very cold or very hot. Normally, honestly, they would probably be very hot because getting rid of heat in space is quite hard, as we've talked about. And like all science fiction movies, almost all science fiction movies, Wing Commander does not even like glance off that particular technical detail, but still, they're kind of cute. Regardless, I was saying something about Wing Commander getting something right. Yes, the rank and file naval officer is standing here going, yeah, our navigation computer doesn't know where the that is you're talking about, so why would we do that? Which is exactly how the conversation would go. The guy on the left knows exactly what would happen to him if he tried to do an unsanctioned jump, and the ship technically survived but was, say, disabled or was way out of position or so forth and so on. Navigators are very twitchy and very attention detail-oriented individuals on nautical ships on your planet alone. Imagine taking that two-dimensional sphere, the surface of a sphere, which is basically two-dimensional, which is basically how ships work on your planet, and then translating that to a full three-dimensional nightmare. Because, yeah, navigators have gotten a lot of trouble for being just out of position or, say, in submarines' case, running into things because they mischarted where they were. And here you are making a strictly very faster-than-light jump into the unknown based off of the unknown, and, yeah, his little excrement hole just puckered right the hell up. But, thankfully, the guy whose posterior is entirely on the line for the safety and security of not only his ship but his crew, had to roll the hard 6. and make that decision. And yes, I know I'm talking about an older form of Navy on your planet, one that actually held commanding officers accountable for their decisions, as opposed to some navies on your planet that allow their ships, who were supposed to be charting a reef, to become part of the reef and still somehow kind of skate. Yeah. We'll save that whole Michigas for a separate episode if I even ever want to bother dealing with it, because it is so laden with so much nonsense. Anyways, moving on. And oh wait, we get a further explanation of a particular plot point that I did not fully comprehend at the time, but better now. I love movies that actually follow up on little threads that could have been lost on the cutting room floor, but instead wanted to wrap it back around and actually make sense of it. Because we had talked about previously, I'm pretty sure, that ships and stations were sending message probes all over the place. Remember the station got overrun by the Kilrathi, so on and so forth, and the commander sent off the message probe to go intercept this rando conscripted freighter and then pass on the message to the Tiger Claw, yeah? Well, the nice thing about using an actual message probe as opposed to like a tight beam transmission or like some sort of FTL transmission, whatever they have in the Wing Commander universe, is that you can put a little tiny cargo package on the probe. And in that case, it's a ring. And now we're going all the way back to, say, like medieval era history on your planet, where when someone shows up at your castle bearing someone's ring, you gotta believe that they're bearing the word of the person whose ring they're carrying. Because the alternative is they killed the guy and took his ring, which is not great. But reality is probably they sent him and they wanted to prove a point by sending the ring with him. And that's exactly what Admiral Tolan was attempting to do by putting his little ring into a little message drone and launching it into the void. And thankfully this captain understood the severity and significance of the message. It's a bit of an interesting mashup because I seem to recall a lot of medieval and Dark Age and what Renaissance kind of, not mythologies, but cultural iconography and details like that permeating the Wing Commander universe. I can't really put my manipulator on like one solid example, and if you've made it this far, please feel free to leave your clarifications and comments to explain what I am distantly remembering but not being able to actually pull out of my memory, which is totally not a thing that doesn't happen to me all the time. These old memory banks, yo. They've been around a lot longer than y'all have, and they show it. Anyways, moving on. And we're going to move on to holy fornication. Do pilots get, like, full-on single staterooms on this carrier? This is a newbie. He should be in with a mess. What in that's not even like a regulation mattress either. That's certainly not a twin mattress, I think they're called on your planet sometimes in some places. It's wider than that. It might be a double. I don't understand mattresses. I had to do a quick, like, not technically Google because I don't use Google and also it's really slow, but I had to do a search to figure out what size mattress that could be, and I don't even know. Like, seriously, wow. Look at the space on either side of his bed. And look at the fact that he does not have a bunk. There's no one above him. Also, I would love if anyone could clean up that image on the bulkhead behind him, because the Huey on it looks a little like Casper Van Dien, and I'd be very fascinated to see what text goes along with it. Also, man, don't go rolling left out of your rack, because whatever that mess is to the right of him on the screen, you do not want your forehead intersecting with it. And yes, here we are back to the whole Pilgrim situation. Okay, it's complicated. The Pilgrim thing, like I talked about, basically first happened in the Wing Commander film. And then Chris McCubbin wrote the official authorized Wing Commander Confederation Handbook, which expanded on the history of the Pilgrim War and a theory on the origin and history of extraordinary navigational powers, which basically describes what Pilgrims are. Much like jump drives, I'm going to describe Pilgrims by kind of splitting the difference between two existent concepts in science fiction, although one of them actually came after Wing Commander, so ignore that small detail. But they're kind of like if you took a navigator from Warhammer 40,000 and crossed it with a spacer from The Expanse. They are humies who bit the bullet and launched themselves into the deep void, and suffered the space syndrome mutation as a consequence. This gave them a ridiculous sense of direction, up to and including literal faster-than-light jumps, but it also earned them the kind of hatred and denigration of the rest of the human species, because the rest of the human species no longer consider them fully human. Mutation, after all. But to explain it simply, what the Navcom AI does, where it senses and calculates all the various gravitational effects of all the black holes and quasars and pulsars and planets and stars and solar systems and whatever the hell else in the local area, whether or not Pilgrims can, know what they're doing, they instinctively feel that pull on them and they know how to work with it intuitively. Now, some Pilgrims are much better at this than others. There are some that are basically just humans, and there are some that are nigh unto gods among men. But that's basically what differentiates a Pilgrim from a normie. The ability to feel space, for lack of a better word. And yeah, again, like I mentioned, this has caused a significant sociological and cultural rift between Mark 1 Mod 0 humies and arguably the upgrade. Which is why Blondie here is so afraid for his friend, because after all, he's on a ship full of normies and he's the only Pilgrim around. That's not going to end well. But here our hero is kind of missing the point of his particular feature. Because at this point, as I mentioned, the whole Pilgrim concept has been so beaten into the dirt by the rest of humanity that Pilgrims think there's something wrong with them if they want to play with the rest of humanity. Our pretty flyboy here is obviously a homegrown Terran, but also a Pilgrim at the same time. So he's been taught from the very beginning that there's something wrong with him. So the reason that he thinks his pendant brings him luck is because he doesn't know that he has innate abilities built into him, because he's been taught that everything that makes him a Pilgrim is bad. Or to riff a phrase from basically every science fiction, fantasy, whatever the hell story out there, it's not the MacGuffin, yo, it's you. Although now that I pay more attention and realize the fact that Mr. Sensitive Guy here is wearing a flight suit over his sweater hoodie thing with funny little ear hole things built into the hood, I have to wonder if I misread this sweater. Maybe it's kind of like the liquid cooling and ventilation garment that so many of our astronauts wear currently. Basically, this is a garment that has all manner of little tiny hoses running back and forth and crosswise and all over the place inside of it that you squishies put on that helps regulate your temperature inside the spacesuit. And if you squint hard enough and don't pay attention to the details, the way the texture of the fabric looks could be perceived as making the system even smaller and hopefully even more efficient, and it fits into the aforementioned hoodie, and it helps regulate the temperature of the crew, whether they're a fighter pilot in the cockpit or a navigator on the bridge. And yeah, I know I'm stretching, but it's a fun thought all the same. And here we go, down one of my many random rabbit holes. I know significantly more about human physiology than I would ever want to, and significantly more than even makes me comfortable. Y'all are just squishy and gooey and... Anyways, but it has come in handy at some times, and other times it's just twigged random memories, and yeah, here we are talking about one of those. It seems to be a custom on your planet that when you meet someone, a new humie, or someone you've met before, or an old friend, or whatever, that you shake hands. You take your right hands and grasp each other's hands firmly and shake them up and down and then let go. It's a thing. The rationales and traditions and explanations behind this custom are multitudinous and far outside the scope of this particular channel, but there's one interesting detail about it. A lot of humies treat this whole handshake ritual as a domination game. If they can grab your hand harder, if they can crush your hand, obviously they're the stronger, better humie, right? I understand that a lot of the humies on your planet, of the slighter frame, regardless of gender, suffer from this kind of squishtedness on a regular basis. Well, oddly, Sensitive Guy right here is showing you one of the solutions. See, as you're well aware, the human hand has a lot of bones in it, especially the wrist. Be careful with your wrists, please. Some of those don't heal if they break, which is complicated. But the 5 primary ones we're going to focus on right now, although only 4 of them actually matter, are what's called the metacarpals. These are the bones that make up your palm. And these are the bones that grind together when some muscle-bound moron tries to squish your hand in a handshake. You want to know how to stop that? Stick out your index finger like Pretty Boy here is doing right now. And yes, fine, in a handshake it's a little different. The finger goes along the other person's wrist as opposed to into their elbow socket or whatever the hell he's doing right there. But regardless, just the simple act of sticking out your index finger provides an astonishing amount of rigidity to your hand during a handshake. And of course, the muscle-bound moron will continue to crank on your hand, and I am not going to promise you that it will remove all pain from the experience, but it will massively reduce it, to the point where you can probably bear it and frustrate the idiot trying to assert his dominance over you. Consider that a freebie. And here, finally, by the great maker, we are 30 minutes and 22 seconds into the movie already, and we finally get an actual exterior view of the Tiger Claw. I have no idea where the Dauntless or the Deniable or whatever that conscripted freighter came in on this structure. I mean, I am entirely unclear where the hangars are or so forth and so on quite yet. But hey, ship! We can talk about a ship! First off, as with all, well, at least so many science fiction carrier-type platforms, it's a battle carrier. Oh look, it's a Venator! Hey. Because yeah, those are definitely battleship-sized guns on her dorsal side there. Supported by smaller, I would argue, 5-inch style guns to the port and starboard of the main gun directly in front of the bridge. Now, there's another gun in front of that gun, and I will bet you hard currency they are not superposed. And even if they are, there's enough structure on top of those turrets, I would not want to fire past the turret, lest fear of hitting it. At least she does have a stern turret, though, so that's nice posterior coverage. And I have to give them credit for the bridge structure because it has wings. What are wings, you ask? No, they are not the things that Red Bull give you. In fact, they are the structures sticking off the port and starboard side of the highest point of that island on the, I assume, stern middle of the ship. And put simply, they are there on your nautical warships, in fact, nautical ships of almost any stature, type, or construction, to facilitate docking. Because the wings typically go out far enough that you can look down from the wing and nearly or entirely see the side of the ship, and thereby judge your distance from the pier to the side of your ship. It greatly simplifies a whole pile of things, which is why I have to deduct points from the points I just added, because I don't see any windows on those wings. Also, they don't go nearly far enough, but that's a purely stylistic choice in this point, I'd imagine. Also, in terms of style winning and technology also winning, the sloped armor is an interesting touch. As I'm sure all you tank fiends out there understand, sloping your armor technically increases its thickness. Now, this only increases its thickness if you don't shoot straight down into the armor, which, since space combat is a 3-dimensional exercise, is a total possibility. But I'm willing to wager that Wing Commander will do the same standardized 2-dimensional space warfare that basically every single science fiction series out there does. It's no fault. It's really hard to do a convincing 3-dimensional fight. The Expanse did a few of them, I'll give them credit, but it's just a thing. And finally, at least for now, I have no idea what those spillways are for. Like, why didn't they just smooth out the hull or something? Why did they want to put indents in? More angles not good necessarily for, like, combat purposes. Those look like shot traps to me, and I understand that shot traps are normally a tank thing, and I think Wing Commander mostly uses energy weapons, so it might not matter, but still, yo. It does appear as though you are deliberately weakening the armor of your warship in certain locations. But why, though? Oh no, it wasn't even the Tiger Claw. Well, I guess we're looking at the Concordia right now. Never mind, sorry. All the points about her design still stand, though. Still have no idea where that stupid freighter docked. And it appears I would have lost a smidgen of currency because, yes, the turrets do appear to be barely superposed. I'm still fairly confident that they cannot fire over each other in a directly forward fashion. So, Kind of right, kind of wrong. Take the loss, I guess. I do, however, enjoy that the two little tiny turrets are showing us on the stern of the bridge island look enough like Mark 22 5-inch by 38 caliber cannons that I'm going to start referring to them as 5-inch guns regardless. I think I already did that, but yeah, it's going to stick now. Oh my great maker. Is that a Huey wearing a seatbelt in a science fiction show? What in the fornication? And yes, in fact, this is something that I will give one of the Kelvin-verse Star Trek movies credit for. I think it might be Star Trek Beyond just because they got in an old starship and yeah, it had seatbelts. To be perfectly honest, I don't know why Starfleet vessels just didn't have seatbelts as a standard because even with inertial dampeners, they were constantly flying across the room. Belt yourself in, yo. Now, yes, I do understand that we have Yumis wandering around the bridge currently without straps on. Those are officers. Who cares about those? The guy right here being strapped into his chair is probably I would guess the lee helmsman, the one in charge of the engines. Whereas the guy to our left right now, I'm guessing he's the actual helmsman. Looks like he's got something approximating a rudder in his hands. Now, he might be in a taller chair. He might not be strapped in himself. I don't know. But still, you got to give credit where credit is due because it's not honestly that often do. So yeah, I'm not always a jerk, okay? And here's the other side of the whole jump drive problem we talked about previously. If you reach a jump point and you engage your jump drive before the anti-protons have had enough time to generate enough anti-gravitons, the jump bubble won't be big enough. And since Admiral here is running his fleet at 110% output, well, yeah, at least one reactor core melted down because it couldn't withstand that kind of draw. But at least two other ships were lost because they got too, let's say, enthusiastic about going through the jump point and did not monitor their reactor output close enough or did not make the bubble big enough because they didn't add up enough numbers correctly and so many things could go wrong. Now, charitably, they realized that they couldn't make the jump and said, all right, y'all move on without us. We'll be here and we'll catch up as soon as we can. But in the Admiral's case, that's as good as losing the ship because they're already behind schedule. The Kilrath are going to get there before him regardless. So yeah, if you miss a jump, you miss the boat. And they just keep getting more and more things about aviators correct. My goodness, by the great maker and all the rest of those terms. Nugget is basically how aviators, and I assume pilots, expand new guy. You could also be the FNG, the fornicating new guy, but more often than not, you're the nugget, the new guy. And yeah, there's not a lot expected out of you aside from getting better fast. Oh, so, and now, finally, we get an actual look at, yes, this time, no joke, the actual Tiger Claw. And it's while Mr. Sensitive Guy is trying to do something stupid. I'm kind of intrigued by the double hemisphere design with the structure in between, and naturally the bridge is off to one side or the other. And there's actually a historical reason on your planet why carriers' bridges are on the starboard side of the ship, which doesn't make any sense, right? Because the port side is the side that ships traditionally tie up with, right? But that historical reason is, again, outside the scope of this channel, and I guarantee you, there are lots of channels who talk about that particular historical reason. In the meantime, back to crazy sci-fi. Although I guess we're not really going back to science fiction quite yet, because I'm pretty sure that regardless of science fiction or reality, if your air traffic controller literally says the word shit, he's done something wrong, or you've done something wrong, or someone else has done something wrong, and it's all going to go bad. In this case, naturally, it was a pilot. And naturally, it was a pilot's fault because guess why? Because I was inverted. I do love the callbacks. I gotta admit, come on. And just for the record, I don't imagine this actually has to be said out loud, but I will say it out loud all the same. Nearly squishing your deck crew against a bulkhead will not earn you any favors. These are the guys who take care of your fighter, your aircraft, your fighter ship, whatever this thing's called. And nearly gumming up your Gatling cannon, autocannon, whatever you want to call that thing on their bow, with his guts will not make you friends with anyone on that flight deck. I get that you were showing off to a girl and all, but come on, man. Also, just as a random point of curiosity, who wants to bet that spanner in that mechanic's pocket is a 10mm? Because where else would you put it so it doesn't get lost? And here we get to yet another one of my interminable questions. So apparently you enter the hangar by that big old hatch we saw at some point in the past where the sides open out and the middle opens down, I believe was the conclusion. So unlike the Venator, at least, there is no spinal hatch on this particular flight deck. You can't go out the top. But on the flip side, because, modern science fiction is, well, this isn't hardly modern anymore, is it? It's 25 years old by your calendar. Regardless, your science fiction movies are lazy and don't want to do things like airlocks. So thankfully, the Tiger Claw does in fact have an atmosphere retaining field. What that boils down to, I have no idea. Hard things like, say, a fighter can go through it. Atmospheric things like, say, the atmosphere cannot. Star Trek had this too. It just made a lot of things so much easier. The funny thing is that most shields in most science fiction treat density and speed as the things you're supposed to be stopping. Like, say, bullets. They're dense, they're moving fast, stop those. Where on the other hand, atmosphere-containing shields are like, yeah, this thing's coming in hot and fast, whatever. But if this random molecule is trying to wander its way through me, no, we ain't doing that. I'm not entirely sure what to call that kind of membrane, but it is kind of weird. And here, ladies and gentlemen and sophons of various other types, we have one of the very best examples of she's standing right behind me, isn't she? Because yeah, Mr. Sensitive here, pretty guy, just came in hot and hard. And his flight leader, who was supposed to be in charge of him and managing him all the same, came in hot and harder. Oh, that didn't sound right. But regardless, they threatened the life of the deck crew. They gouged up the deck because Wing Commander fighters do not have wheels, they have skids. And if you hit the deck hard enough with skids, guess what you do? You divot the crap out of them. And if I was his Wing Commander, I'd have him out there with a needle gun and a grinder and so forth and so on, correcting his mistakes. Because what better way of learning that you shouldn't do that than fixing the result of doing that? I'm still really amused that they really committed to the name tags being on the left side of the uniforms, though, whether they're flight uniforms or deck uniforms or whatever. I do appreciate that they do at least put a rank insignia on the flight uniform so we know what rank the pilot is, but still. Left side? Really? Who does that? And oddly, as much as Wing Commander has gotten right so far, I will fault them for this particular scene right here. There are, at least as far as I understand the equation, 2 rules about call signs. You don't get to choose yours, and you don't get to change. Call signs are yet another one of those interesting things about pilots and aviators, where they try to disassociate themselves from the human, but also make the human more approachable, more friendly. Build that camaraderie thing. Yes, I grant you it's entirely bipolar and entirely in that realm of compartmentalization that we were talking about previously, but this is how things have worked for a very long time on your planet, so you roll with it, yo. And call signs just kind of happen. Most times they happen before you get to your true command, but even then, you can show up to your command without a call sign, and then they will update your aircraft once you get a call sign. Although one of the memory engrams I have borrowed from your sailors on your planet was from a particular aviator who got his call sign nearly his first day at flight school. He was what was called at the time a prior, not a pilgrim, a prior. Priors in the USA and Navy are prior enlisted. They are sophons who enlisted in the US Navy, did their job for a time, and did their job well enough, and decided that they wanted to upgrade themselves. So they would go through either the Reserve Officer Training Corps program, or the Officer Candidate School to become, yes, an officer. And please understand, I'm only using the term upgrade in terms of rank and pay. That's all. But this particular aviator came out of OCS, in this particular case, Officer Candidate School, and yes, became an aviator. He was fast-tracked for the flight program, because after all, he was a skittle before. And he got to flight school, and they took him up on a plane, and they showed him what naval fighter jets could do. Unfortunately, and this is by his own words from what I was told, he got a little celebratory about getting into flight school the night before. And being taken up on a jet was not something he was anticipating the following day. And he was able to constrain his orifices until they had reached, ground again. But as soon as they unhooked from that aircraft, he made a beeline for a certain small room that you humies frequent on a frequent basis. And from the reports of his comrades, everything was coming out of both ends. And thereby he earned his forever call sign that he still bore as a captain, like an actual captain in the USA and Navy, not like the billet captain, but the rank captain. He still retained the call sign of Scooby-Doo. I don't really get it. I'm sure some of y'all do. It has something to do with everything coming out of both ends, but yeah. That Humie who had done his time and served his time as a deck rat went and became a pilot and got saddled with the call sign of Scooby-Doo because apparently he made an absolute mess of himself and then had no choice but to live with it for the next 20 years because that's how call signs work. Now, I understand there may be exceptions, but new commands don't get to rewrite new call signs for existing pilots. That's not the way of things. And now on to less entertaining news. Apparently the Pilgrims are dying out, which could explain why they don't show up in the games later on. That's awkward, considering they were the ones who charted the first space lanes, doing it the hard way with the blip drive, or whatever the hell they call that stupid thing. That's not great. And yes, in fact, doodly-doo, this is what I was talking about earlier. The Navcom is a recreation of a Pilgrim. Now, like I mentioned earlier, not all Pilgrims are equivalently capable. Some of them just gauged it all off of luck, and they died on a regular basis. But they also, as a subculture among humanity, had the willingness to go out and keep trying. After all, the first rando who stuck a stick in a boat and said, "Hey, look, a sail," and probably sank, was not enough to stop y'all from keep doing that over and over again. And then you made massive ships and you went forth and conquered as humans do. But I recently rewatched the movie Moana, and I am reminded of the ending scene from, I believe, the first movie of the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Now bring me that horizon. The Pilgrims in the Wing Commander universe wholly embraced that entire concept. I want to see what is out there. And yes, across your planet, across the entire existence of humanity, those humies are always regarded as weird, odd, strange. Now, there's an argument to be had that they might have been weird, odd, and strange before they left, and that's why they left, or they were thus regarded after they left. But either way, they're still weird, odd, and strange by most of your species' understanding. And that makes a certain degree of sense, after all. The species has to continue, right? So not everyone can yeet themselves into the great unknown and see what's out there. But on the other hand, your species can't go stagnant, and your resources in the local area may fail. So someone has to go out there and find something new, something more, something better perhaps. So it's a fascinating balance that you humies have managed to navigate and thread over the centuries and millennia. But either way, can you conceptualize the idea of literally feeling stars? Probably not. I mean, that would be like trying to explain to you, a humie, what a mantis shrimp sees. Or on the flip side, trying to explain to a dog what you see. Because none of y'all see the same thing, even amongst your own species. And shifting between species, things get weird. That's not to say Pilgrims are a separate species, obviously. They can crossbreed. After all, our hero right now is a half-breed Pilgrim. Some humies on your planet are colorblind, some are not. Some can perceive things that other people do not believe. Is any of them wrong? Who's to say? But anyways, moving on, it appears I may have misinterpreted the kickoff of the Pilgrim Wars. Apparently the Pilgrims decided that they were better than average Mark 1 Mod 0 humies, and should be treated as such. And naturally the humies didn't like this and outnumbered them, and things went sideways. You know how that works. It is kind of a shame because that kind of adaptation, mutation, however you want to phrase it, but regardless, the ability for a human to better transit space would have been a marvelous feature for your species. And sure, not every human would get the ability. Some of y'all would have to stay back in your planets. This is the way that evolution frequently works. There are, after all, still apes on your planet. But for those who are headed outbound anyways, I mean, keeping the skill around would have been good, but they went and got hubris along with their skills, and nearly lost their entire genetic line because they went and got really big heads. Not literally, because that would have been kind of funny, but they certainly went out of their way to ensure that the average human did not like them. And sadly, as any student of your species would be able to tell them, humies have a really bad relationship with things they don't like. And if the things they don't like convince the humies to not like them enough, that thing tends to go away. And hell, y'all can even be indifferent to things and they still end up going away. What a wonderful species you are. Now, as a reminder, the Tiger Claw is about to attempt an FTL jump in the proximity, probably the very near proximity, of what is called a Pulsar. Pulsar itself is kind of not really an acronym, it's kind of a squooshed up word. It basically stands for a pulsating radio source, and they are a highly magnetized rotating neutron star. Now, as those of y'all from, say, the Marvelverse might understand, neutron stars are quite dense, because after all, that's what Mjolnir was made out of, at least in some of the stories. But regardless, they are very, very dense, very, very cranky stars, and these particular ones happen to be highly magnetic and very, very rapidly rotating. The rotating part is so interesting specifically to your astronomers because pulsars function basically like interstellar lighthouses. They send out two cones, one cone pointing in the opposite direction of the other cone, of radio energy, and since they rotate, that radio energy cone sweeps across the cosmos. Now, if you're above or below the rotation, you won't necessarily see the cone, just like if you're above or below a lighthouse, you won't see the beam of light. But they're still fantastically interesting stars. They are, however, not exactly things that you want to be very close to. But we'll see how this plays out. All right. I do love this particular scene right here. I don't even know where to start with it because there's just so many things I want to talk about. First of all, can we just acknowledge how Matthew Lillard took Ginny Holder unbuttoning her shirt as a fucking challenge and just went all out on it? I mean, I know with you humies, sex sells and all, but normally it's the female side of your species that's doing the unbuttoning of the buttons to encourage, adolescent males to watch the movie or whatever. But here's Matthew Lillard laying it all out on the line. You gotta love it. Moving on, I just have to appreciate that the refreshment station has to be labeled as such. I mean, I can't read those buttons because, again, low-quality films of the 1990s or whatever the hell. But I'm guessing that if you walk up to a machine and it's offering to give you a cup of tea, it's probably a refreshment station. Now, on the flip side, that cafe thing on the end is another one of those nightmare machines on your planet. And it's very fitting in a, pilot's mess. Those are, in fact, the horrible machines that drop a little paper cup out of their little chute and then attempt to inject the most scalding hot, most atrocious coffee you've ever consumed into said paper cup. It's not always successful. It's not always successful with making the coffee, it's not always successful with aiming the coffee, and it's never even successful with dropping the paper cup. But if there is one thing that aviators and sailors alike live on, it is truly atrocious coffee. And yes, in fact, these stories about how if the spoon cannot stand up in the cup without touching the sides of the cup, it is not real naval coffee, are basically true. But really, the really fun thing in this scene is up right at the top. Again, the overhead. Those two little tags, the yellow one and the red one, I cannot make out what they actually are. But given their coloration and given their sizes, I would guess those are lockout-tagout tags. Those of y'all who have never worked in an industrial environment in your entire lives, or perhaps an electrical environment in your entire lives, are probably wondering what the hell I mean. Basically, these are tags that you put on pieces of equipment that say, "Do not touch." Specifically, these tags are typically attached to locks that prevent you from touching them, but that's in the civilian sector where lives may not be lost if you can't touch them. On the other hand, in a military sector, The thing is turned off or on. The tag notates which status it's supposed to be in, and then explains that thou shalt not touch. Now, the two different colors are used in different ways, of course, and which one is used for which, I think, depends on the military or the organization or so forth and so on. Regardless, one of them, let's call it the yellow one, just because, why not? Because that's, I think, how your stoplights are mostly arranged on your planet. Basically says that in normal operation, you shouldn't bother this. But if you really, really have to, and you call the right person, okay, we can talk about it. The red one basically means thou shalt not touch. Except if the safety of the ship is on the line. Now, you've got to understand that the safety of the ship is kind of a vague concept, and touching whatever that red tag is attached to could potentially kill someone upstream. A lot of times, these tags are used to secure very high voltage, very high amperage breaker switches and so forth and so on. Because after all, you have to swap out equipment at some point. So you turn off the breaker downstream from the equipment, you tag it out, and then you go to work on the equipment. But what if where you tagged out also powered some other equipment, and the ship desperately needed it in the heat of the moment? Well, then some choices have to be made. Now, this circumstance is very unusual and not likely to happen at all, but like I said, there's a reason that most, not all, military lockout tagouts do not actually involve a lock. A lot of civilian ones do, because the only life on the line in civilian work is basically the guy who's doing the work and doesn't want to get zapped. There's no ship around him that anyone else has to worry about. But in military life, well, you are occasionally expendable, and that sucks. But losing one versus losing the ship? Now, having said all of that, and I know I just unloaded a whole pile of things on you, I have no idea why the tags are apparently attached to pipe elbows. I don't even see valves on that. I'm not really sure what's going on there. But at least it was a valiant attempt by the prop department to make something look a little more martial, I suppose. And after all of that, here we are back to the movie kind of getting it right and mostly getting it wrong. For example, yes, those are in fact torpedoes. They even look like the torpedoes on your planet right now, the nautical torpedoes. And here they are in space. Fantastic. But sadly, these crew members are hurriedly strapping them down. Why aren't they strapped down? Any torpedo that is not strapped down on your ship is a bad thing. Specifically because if the ship is hit and the torpedo is not strapped down, these things are heavy and will easily squish a humie if they land on them. And yes, it is basically standard operating procedure to keep torpedoes strapped down unless you are deliberately loading them into a tube. That's basically the only time they get unstrapped. Although, admittedly, for surface ships, loading them into a tube is a very convoluted evolution that involves like dollies and lots of manhandling, because the tubes are outside the skin of the ship and the torpedo magazine is inside the skin of the ship. And unlike, say, submarines, there's no ram that just shoves the torpedo into the tube. Nope, you got to carry that crap. On the flip side, I am so happy to see hearing protection in an industrial space in a military ship in a science fiction movie. Not something you see very often, but also, sadly, it's not something you see very often on a lot of military ships either. You are supposed to see it everywhere. But yeah, let's be honest. Sailors are really notoriously bad about that. And the Veterans Affairs Administration in the USA and province are also really bad about accepting claims for hearing loss, specifically service-related hearing loss. So yeah, I guess it kind of all balances out in the end, I guess. But yeah, basically every engineering space on a military warship is very, very, very noisy. And it's the bad kind of noise. Like gunshots and so forth and so on, your ears, your little ear holes, can withstand a few of those with minimal damage. But the constant loud but not super loud noise is really, really bad for y'all. And yeah, sadly, a lot of sailors do the whole like, the muffs are on my head, chief. Yeah, they're not over your ears, you dork. Because yeah, muffs do complicate communication for you humies. I mean, basically no one on military warships knows sign language or would use it if they did. But still, you only got the 2 sets of ears, man, and they don't grow back. Keep them safe, please. And still, here we are without getting a good clear shot of the Tiger Claw yet again. Also, do I feel like the bridge moved from the starboard side to the port side of the ship? I'm a little confused about what I'm seeing right now. I'm also a little confused why the armor plate is like removed in some parts of the ship and opened up in some parts of the ship. At least she doesn't really seem to have main guns. But I'm not really sure what's going on with this side view here. Yeah, here we are, the hero ship, and we still haven't gotten a good view of her. We haven't even done like a Star Trek the Motion Picture kind of slow sweep by. We could have done that with the freighter docking, but for some reason we didn't. I am so confused. And speaking of weird things in the movie, this is just too funny. Currently, the ship's AI is informing the captain that their ship is about to be crushed within a minute, or at least permanently trapped in a Pulsar's orbit because the gravity is getting kind of cranky outside. And here, this rando freighter captain is saying that the gravitational sensors, you know, the sensors that are meant to measure gravity, those sensors have been warped by the gravitational fields. We have not yet achieved Star Trek level of technobabble, but we could be headed that direction. And I mean, in fairness, in limited fairness, the guy's probably right. I mean, this seems like a very complicated way to commit suicide, right? I mean, he already had his ship. If he wanted to go drive into the Pulsar and get himself squooshed, he could do that. No big deal. Why would he take down an entire carrier, whatever this thing is, with him? There were not very many defectors from the humans to the Kilrathi during the Human-Kilrathi War. For obvious reasons, the Kilrathi just didn't like humans in general. They didn't care if you defected or not. They extracted whatever information they needed out of you, and then they killed you all the same. This was known. Now, yeah, I suppose there were those pacifists who believe that there shouldn't be a war at all, but this seems like a really weird way of doing that particular protest. So I don't really blame the captain in this particular case for going along with a crazy guy. Why not? I mean, you're almost already committed. And what's the worst that'll happen? Oh. Wait. They did not. Are you telling me there are seatbelts in the pilot's mess at the table chairs? They did not. They took one look at Star Trek with the crew members bouncing all over the ship anytime anything went wrong. And they were like, nah. We ain't doing that. We buckling our crew in, yo. Great maker. How is this absolute redonkulousness not a cult classic already? What? And then, of course, because of course, after all, the flyboys eschewed the seatbelts. What else would you expect them to do? Now, what's really fascinating about this particular scene is it's similar to a scene from The Matrix, which came out in the same year. And that, yes, I know this is a still image because I don't want to get in trouble with copyright and so forth and so on. But regardless, the camera basically starts here and then pans around these two doofi doing exactly what they're doing right now. Now, in The Matrix, that effect was achieved by this amazing ring of cameras that literally took like sequential shots all the way around the ring just to get the look. Did they do it the same way here? I don't know. Am I going to look it up to find out? No. If any of y'all want to answer the question in comments, feel free. But it's kind of funny that both these movies came out in the same year, and they're using what seems like the same effect, but Matrix got credit for it. Maybe they did it first. And I don't even know if Wing Commander actually did it. Also, no one cared about Wing Commander movies, so who knows? Also, I am flat out fornicatingly astonished at this particular image of Freddie Prinze Jr. looking absolutely clueless, because it rotates, like I said, just like the last image. It goes from right to left as he just keeps looking more clueless. Has not been turned into a GIF on your planet. Just him going back and forth, left and right, left and right, left and right. I mean, come on. Look at that expression. Tell me that's not acting, or just Freddie Prinze Jr. Sorry, that's not fair. Maybe it is. Unclear. And here we are on a faster route home, because after all, this sneaky little slovenly freighter captain actually knew what he was talking about. Who knew? I mean, are there not so many fantasy and science fiction stories and so many other stories of so many other flavors that have this kind of character in them? He kind of reminds me of, hold on. He kind of reminds me of Captain Archibald Haddock from the Tintin series of books. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go to your local library, I believe they're called, and find the books and read them because they're awesome. And yes, I know this is a particularly odd frame to pause things at, but I just want to point out that just before he asked for the status of the radar, he asked Mr. Rabutu, I believe their navigator, to go to stealth mode. My Humie, my little bald Humie, if you radiating, you ain't in stealth mode, yo. And if you radiate hard enough to get hard returns off something in front of you, which is about to come up later on, and I probably won't do a screenshot of it, yeah, no, you are definitely not stealthy, dude. Everyone can trace those radiations back to, well, you. Now, if you had, like, disposable drones that you could launch off the side of the ship, and it would set up station 10 kilometers off to your starboard side, and it was banging away on the radar drum, yeah, everyone would home in on that thing, not you. But you can still get the signals. You just have to do a little, what's it called, trigonometry to do the math work out right. But no, if you're actually radiating, you are not stealthy at all, man. And wow, since we're here, let's take a look at these pilot's kit and the fact that they apparently have a pretty decent AI on board their fighters. After all, this particular AI informed his lieutenant, who he knew was a lieutenant, that there were metal fragments up ahead, and by the way, they matched the pattern of the Pegasus. You'll learn that later on, but that's not the point. My real big question is, what's that nonsense over his right eye? I mean, there are screens and stuff in front of him, and then the HUD up further in front of him, out the front of the cockpit, basically. But that thing over his eye, well, that's a predecessor, you might argue, or technically a post-successor of your F-35 helmets and what they do right now. Because, yeah, your various armed forces did experiment with putting lenses over a single eye of your various helmet-donned Humies, and processing the disjoint inputs from what the not lensed eye sees out the front and what the lensed eye is supposed to see through the lens didn't always work well. You have binocular vision for a reason, and trying to break apart that entire system kind of defeats the point of how you work as a predatory species. So yeah, y'all basically solved that problem by using a two-eyed heads-up display system. Each of these helmets cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 US, and they take approximately 2 days to fit. And they work great. The pilot can basically look around his aircraft as if his aircraft wasn't even there, and see everything that his aircraft senses. And I'm guessing that's what this silly little acrylic thing in this silly little bracket thing is supposed to emulate in this particular 1999 movie, after all. But, yeah. I mean, I know Hollywood has a thing about covering up actors' faces, because actors like having their faces visible, which, after all, is why his atmospheric mask is off. But still, y'all gotta try a little harder, okay? And speaking of trying harder, I do just absolutely adore how it has become a Hollywood standard that you show that warships and submarines and aircraft and even space fighters are running silent by turning the lights red. And yeah, I know there's a reason for the red thing. It actually helps your vision, although technically most surface warships actually use blue lights in their nighttime configuration, well, mostly they're all the time configuration, say the CIC, because it's always just dark in there and it doesn't really matter, and there are no windows. The bridge never has nighttime lights regardless. But if you are trying to protect a Humie's night vision, you typically use blue lights on warships now as opposed to red lights. I think tankers and other vehicles still use red lights, so it's a bit of a mixed bag, but still, it's become a universally understood standard that if the red lights are on, you're running silent. And here, finally, after all this time, we get a good look at a Kilrathi vessel. In fact, we get a better look at a Kilrathi vessel than we've ever gotten of the Tiger Claw so far. And in fairness, it does seem to abide by the generic eschewment of symmetry that the Kilrathi seem to enjoy. Even some of their fighters have very pronounced wings on one side and not so much on the other side. This thing's more of a probe or a sensor or a scout or something like that, but still, it's got the kind of same generic motif. It should be a little more curved in my opinion, but close enough. You do have to appreciate the callbacks to the cockpit scenes in the original Wing Commander games, though. I mean, this looks basically straight out of one of the later games. The graphics are significantly better naturally, but still, it's not bad. And likewise, I'm amused that the command and control pod from the Kilrathi is using some sort of active LiDAR system that's actually visible. I guess you are technically in a dust cloud, so it might actually show up as being visible. Now, I'm supposed to believe that that's some sort of scanning system that isn't just LiDAR or something, and it's easier to show you that happening rather than just say some screen on the ship is sending out a pulse and you're getting the bleeps, the creeps, and the sweeps back. So now the characters can actually respond to, oh my God, we see the sweeps. What are we going to do? Well, hopefully you're not going to be noticed, but I somehow doubt this is going to be the case. And here's an interesting detail that the movie could have done a little better job showing, because yes, that fighter does look like it's about to plow into that asteroid directly in front of it, doesn't it? Because its stern engines are running, and it's pointed at the asteroid. Seems bad, right? Well, actually, what it's doing right now is remind me what axis it is. Oh my goodness. Mathematically, I'd call it a Z-axis climb, but apparently you pilots do things weird, and it's a Y-axis climb. It's a vertical direct climb. Basically, this ship isn't moving backwards or forwards or to either side. It is simply going straight up while still pointing forwards. So, yeah, actually, they're doing a pretty decent job of showing how starfighters could potentially work in a Newtonian space. I doubt they'll maintain that for very long. And yeah, apparently the shockingly large missiles underneath the wings of the Rapiers are actually intended for use against both fighters and capital ships. The one streaking off from the fighter on the left is about to take off some rando Kazinti ship. And then the fighter on the right is going to gun him down with that enormous nose cannon they have. Seriously, where do they store the ammunition for that thing? And then they're going to try to do a strafing run on the big guy, but the big guy's shielded. And shields in Wing Commander universe are complicated. Basically, they're functionally impenetrable until basically a capital ship can roll up on the shielded thingy and just start hammering away at it. The problem in the Wing Commander universe is that the shields run on power, like most shields do, and they remain impenetrable until the power source is depleted. And they constantly regenerate over time, naturally, and the generators obviously replenish themselves over time as well. There was a theory that enough fighters hitting a single point could cause an overload, but that implies that the ship you're shooting at doesn't have enough guns to keep those fighters off of it, which is not normally the case. And that right there is a HUD that you just don't want to see. I see lots and lots of Kilrathi acquired, I think is trying to say right there. I'm not really sure. Also, this raises a fascinating question of how do you display a three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional screen? This obviously isn't a holographic display. This is something akin to an LCD or possibly even a CRT. And it is meant to show a three-dimensional space around the Humi fighter, but on a screen. Are those weird little box lines meant to indicate depth? But then how do you tell which box line the little dots of the enemy fighters line up with? Always an interesting question. And here we get to see the Kilrathi fighters as the Humis bravely run away, because apparently there were two destroyers coming along with a whole pile of fighters, and two fighters aren't enough for that. Now, again, like I mentioned, note that the Kilrathi are deliberately asymmetrical. It has two wings on the left and one wing on the right. I can't find a really good comparison for this ship in the games. Feel free to correct me in comments, but it does appear a little like a Drouthy 9, perhaps, maybe, kind of, sort of, if you squint hard enough, not really. Yeah, I don't know what to call that thing. And I really got to give Jurgen Prochnow credit for playing like a straight-up executive officer on a military warship. I mean, the simple, simplistic way of explaining the relationship is that the commanding officer is, in fact, God on his ship. And his word is law, and that's simply the way it is. However, the executive officer's job is to ensure that his word actually happens. He is, in fact, the commanding officer's right-hand man, with the command master chief, or enlisted equivalent, being his left-hand man. And as his right-hand man, he gets to be the figurative and, well, in your past, literal muscle. And yes, depending on the commanding officer, it can be a very lonely job. I am aware, by way of stories that I have, let's go with extracted from certain sailors, of certain executive officers who perhaps got a little too friendly with their crew. Most would argue they were not too friendly, and I'm not saying too friendly in like a negative sense. I'm saying they simply played, say, video games with some of their junior officers as a camaraderie-building exercise. Let's go with that. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, the commanding officer found out about these little exercises. And they stopped, with prejudice. Now, was the executive officer playing Halo with his junior officers, undermining his position of authority? I don't know. The commanding officer clearly thought so. So, again, he is God, and that's all that really matters. But Prochnow here did not brook any misunderstandings about whether or not he was the right hand of authority. And it honestly kind of works, especially given how moderately wishy-washy the commanding officer of the Tiger Claw is, honestly. He's kind of squishy, both in appearance and just behavior. And don't misunderstand me, that's not an attack against Sir David Suchet's performance. That might have just been the character he was handed. And here we have yet another example of the movie coming so close and still somehow missing. Okay, fine. Yes, we've talked about how this movie seems to mesh up USAian and once great British naval traditions. In this case, it is USAian tradition. And he almost did it right. I'm kind of surprised. Freddie Prinz, with a Z here, Jr., nearly pulled off a parade ground correct USAian military salute, if his fingers had just been like half an inch closer to his eyebrow. Now, yes, I'm being very particular about it, but he snapped his heels together and whipped up that salute, and I was so very, very hopeful. I mean, it's enough to pass muster, of course, but someone clearly taught him how to do it, and either didn't teach him quite right, or he mussed it up in the moment. Could go either way. But yes, anyways, traditionally, for the USAian military, a salute is rendered with the right hand. The palm should be facing approximately your chin-ish area, give or take a little, and the fingertips of your index and middle finger, I believe they're called, should be just off your right eyebrow. Also, specifically to the USAian Navy, you generally should not salute while not under cover. And that doesn't mean while inside of a building, that means while you're not wearing a uniform hat. If you're wearing a hat with a brim, depending on which hat with a brim we're talking about, the salute gets a little stranger, but a lot of the USAian officer-specific hats don't have brims on them, which is a little strange. But regardless, you typically don't salute for the USAian Navy inside of, say, ships or buildings when you are not wearing your cover, your hat. Now, on the flip side, the USAian Air Force salutes everywhere. They've made like a competitive sport out of saluting. It's kind of fascinating. Regardless of whether they're wearing their little hats or not, it doesn't matter. Helmets, hat, bare head, upside down, right side up, don't care, just salute. It's fun. Also, since a lieutenant was hereby saluting a captain, the lieutenant would have to hold the salute until the captain responded. Now, technically, responses can take all kinds of forms. The traditional form is simply another salute, and then the senior officer drops the salute first, and then the junior officer drops the salute after. In this case, there wasn't even so much as a nod, so it's not clear what our little lieutenant here thought he was doing. But a lot of these movies could really do with a proper military consultant, and I do say proper because I do know that there are a number of softons parading around Hollywood who claim to be military consultants. Now, it's possible they're actually very good at their job, and the production companies and directors and producers and writers and so on and so forth simply ignore their advice. There are other possibilities. Although speaking of absolute bizarre decisions, here we are going to decide to kill this random Kilrathi communication and control ship, or control and communication. They keep calling it a CONCOM, C-O-N-C-O-M, so I guess it's control and communication. But anyways, they're going to send fighters after it, which, like I mentioned, shields generally don't really care much about fighters unless you bring some really big guns with you. And then the fighters are going to be escorted by our wonderful Captain Taggart in what I assume to be his conscripted freighter. Because, you know, if I want to take out a Kilrathi ship, I'm going to send a freighter after it. Totes my goats. I mean, I guess if you shoved like a Moab-style bomb into it, and he just opened up the back door, tossed it out, and flew away, and the little bomb floated into the Kilrathi battleship and went boop, that might work. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Okay, like, seriously, Mayumi, barging in, as she pointed out, to private quarters on a warship, especially on, you know, a mixed-gender warship, is a great way to catch an appendage between your lower appendages in a place that you really don't want to do that. On the flip side, who doesn't lock their room door? Also, why can anyone open the room door? I mean, I could understand if, say, damage control could open the room door, because there might be a fire in there and the person's incapacitated and you have to get in. Sure, makes sense. But any rando? That doesn't make any sense. On the flip side, here our wing commander is telling a half-pilgrim that you can't understand how he can be a pilgrim and fight on their side. Ouch. I mean, yes, there are some interesting cultural problems going on here. But man, if he suits up, you gotta treat him like he's one of yours. Otherwise, you are gonna break a whole lot of people's suspension of disbelief. And I'm not even talking about in the movie right now. I'm talking about the notion that everyone on this ship is all there together, there to fight together. Because if not everyone believes that, if some people firmly believe that other people are there to f*** them, the whole system falls apart. There's all kinds of words I could use instead, but the fundamental premise of military service is that it is all based on trust. You have to trust that your officers know what they're doing. Even the second lieutenants that get lost in the forest. Yes, I understand. They're figuring it out. But you have to trust that they are doing their best to know what they're doing. Likewise, you have to trust that your man next to you is there to cover your ass, and they have to trust that you are there to cover their ass. And the officer types absolutely have to trust that the enlisted types that work for them are there to do their jobs in the best possible way they possibly can. Yes, there's rank and structure and rate and regiments and all this other words that you can toss in. But the entire thing is based on trust in your fellow man. The knowledge that when it comes down to brass tacks, when the excrement hits the fan, that the man next to you will do what the man next to you has to do. And furthermore, the trust in yourself that you will do exactly what you have to do as well. And if your commanding officer explicitly tells you that they do not trust you, well, that breaks the chain of trust, doesn't it? In both directions. They don't trust you, and now all of a sudden you don't trust them. Especially if you're there earnestly, which our pilot here does seem to be. What? The counseling I would have for this wing commander, and for those of y'all without military engrams cluttering up your memory banks, counseling does not actually refer to, say, therapy. It refers to the military's euphemism for sitting someone down and telling them to shape the f*** up. And here we get at the nut of the problem as to why Boss Man, Lieutenant Commander Chen, the guy who used to fly the plane that our flyboy sat in, how many hours ago now, according to this episode? Wow, I've been talking for a while, haven't I? Anyways, the guy with the dead plane, or the guy with the plane who got shot out from inside the plane, who never existed, according to the wardroom. Yeah, well, Wing Commander and he got a little, this is the kind of friendly that I would call to be a little too much for commanding officers or even executive officers to be doing. Fraternizing amongst the ranks. Yeah, this is generally frowned upon no matter what military you're talking about. For a variety of reasons, and they are all very, very good ones. And the funny thing is that the movie is trying to make you feel sympathetic towards the wing commander here because she lost her bow or whatever the hell. For anyone with any kind of military background, they're like, why were they shagging to begin with? How did you mess up that badly? And yes, I am well aware of how much fraternization actually transpires in all of your various militaries across your entire globe. I still maintain that a commanding officer, whether it's of a ship or of a flight wing, shagging one of their subordinates is a bad thing. Now, these two potatoes boffing, also a bad thing. But you'll see why in a few minutes if I remember this movie well enough. It's not great. Now, the interesting thing about this particular sequence is that the opening line of it is, by the time you return, everyone you know will be dead and buried. Which seems to imply that the jumps made in Wing Commander, the point-to-point jumps that we just executed one of, are not instantaneous. Because I don't know what else they're doing that would be causing significant time dilation. I mean, I guess the ships could be going fast enough that they could be approaching the speed of light, but under the speed of light to get from point A to point B quickly enough inside of systems. And that can cause some significant dilation. But the jumps themselves do appear to be point-to-point simultaneous as simultaneous things can be, because after all, we're racing a clock right now. And that clock is constant across the universe by all accounts. So this ship is trying to get to Earth ahead of the Kilrathi fleet, and they're all running on the same clock. And the reason we had to do the sketchy Pulsar jump wasn't because the jumps were going to eat up all of our time, but the transit between jump points was going to eat up all of our time. So I'm a little confused here. And then these two idiots didn't even have the decency to show up separately from different directions. I mean, I suppose it was obvious, but wow, that's really rubbing it in, yo. And here we go, finally with a glory shot of the rapiers. And we still haven't gotten one of the Tiger Claw. I am going to keep harping on that until they give it to me by the great maker. Sorry. Anyways, I don't know where everything in this ship lives. I do appreciate how it kind of evokes, say, the Corsair fighters, I believe they were called. Yes, in fact, it was the Vought F4U Corsair. Wow, okay, that F4U. Man, given the modernity on your planet right now, you could expand that into all kinds of interesting acronyms, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're also not here to talk about how Vought is an interesting callback, or not callback, call forward to the boys. Regardless, the two big things that kind of twig me onto this particular design are the big honking nose, which, yeah, the Corsairs ran radial engines, so they had big honking noses. And then also the dip and then up wings. This was I believe this was a concession to carriers, old-fashioned carriers, and landing gear and possibly folding wings. I need to refresh myself on the Corsairs themselves, but I believe that's my understanding. Now, on itself, the dip and then out wing could be a callback to, say, the Spitfire as well. That is, of course, to refer to the Supermarine Spitfire, the very, very famous World War II fighter aircraft from once Great Britain, of course. And technically, they both have cockpits immediately astern of the wing, so there's that commonality as well. But the significant difference is that the Spitfire used an inline engine, whereas the Corsair used a radial engine. And that's what I'm going to judge this on. That Merlin engine in the Spitfire was a very, very solid engine, but it's a traditional V12. Whereas the Pratt & Whitney RTAC 2800 double wasp radial was in fact a radial. And if you look at that massive rotary cannon on the front of the Rapiers, that's a radial engine, is it not? And here we are. And here is where I loop back to what I think was my original point, is where does all this stuff fit? Okay, there are engines on the rear wing assemblies, the elevators, if you want to call them that. And then the wings themselves support missiles, 2 on the ventral side and 2 on the dorsal side, which is fascinating because I think the last time we saw these ships, all 4 missiles were on the ventral side of the wings. Maybe they changed up their loadout? I have no idea. And then you have this massive, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 barrel rotary cannon. And then you have to have ammo for the rotary cannon. Then you have to have fuel for the engines. And then you have the cockpit and space for the Humi. And I assume some sort of atmospheric control system for the Humi. And you have to have avionics. And there's a computer somewhere. After all, there's an AI. And there's all these other things that are supposed to cram into this little tiny ship. And it's like they took the idea of a quote-unquote snub fighter from Star Wars and just ran with it. And just as a reminder, this is an exo-atmospheric fighter, so it's protecting the pilot from all kinds of other things aside from, enemy fire as well. I mean, we're basically taking the McDonald X-Ray Foxtrot Tech 85 Goblin and making an interstellar fighter. I have so many questions. Oh. I see the solution to the shield problem. I'm not sure anyone who isn't a fan of Wing Commander would see the solution or know where our gallant and valiant freighter captain currently is right now. But I can tell you exactly where the freighter captain is, and I can tell you exactly what the solution for the shielded Concom vessel is. Let's see how this plays out, though. And here I think is confirmation that, yes, the box-style grid is meant to imply or state or indicate a three-dimensional space on the two-dimensional screen of the heads-up display for the fighters. Well, I guess it's not technically a heads-up display because it's actually built into the console of the cockpit, so yeah, strike that. But anyways, yeah, they're supposed to be indicating depth, as in distance, by way of that decreasingly large grid system in front of them. I'm not sure I like that very much, but it's an option. And here we have an amazing callback all the way to Wing Commander 1. How fascinating. See, the Dorkier class, and yes, it's actually called that, is a transport. It's not a Concom, and it wouldn't be left behind undefended. It's a station keeper. It's there to support the deployment of not great things along with it. And our semi-hero, the freighter pilot, knows that and would prefer not to walk into that mess. Thank you very much. Of course, in the movie, he has no rank or status in the Terran Confederation military, so no one listens to him. And of course, as soon as I say that, the movie proves me wrong. How adorable. I love it. As it turns out, our not but a civilian freighter captain is a Commodore in Naval Intelligence. Oh boy, now we're getting exciting. And he reports to none other than, of course, Admiral Tolwyn, who set this entire chain of events into motion. So that all actually perfectly tracks. I mean, yeah, he should be like a secret agent man, because why not? Of course, then he went on to taunt the wing commander with his verification code and invited her to deliberately key it into her AI, just to flex a little on our wing commander's, I am the boss of things, and thou shalt listen to me. Yeah, well, guess what? I outrank you by a lot, so let's reconsider that conversation. And, of course, the Commodore of Naval Intelligence was, in fact, correct, because he actually knew what he was talking about, and the Tiger Claw is currently under attack by the ships that left the freighters behind, because they didn't want to bring the freighters into combat. Now, I'm really interested in, these two displays right here. I like that they have Battle Alert instead of Red Alert, Red Alert! But also, what's the screen on the left supposed to be showing me? Is that like the blind spot where the engines are with regards to whatever turrets the Tiger Claw has? Or is that like the vector that the enemy craft are coming in from? It's kind of unclear. Of course, they're also on screen for all of 3 seconds total, so it probably doesn't matter that much. Now, your standard operating procedures for your militaries in this kind of situation is somewhat vague, mostly because aircraft carriers basically never operate by themselves. There would always be some flavor of small boy with them, whether it's a destroyer, a cruiser, a corvette, something like that. And probably more than one at that. So scrambling to get your deck clear makes a certain degree of sense given that the Tiger Claw is alone, but it makes additional sense because those fighters on her deck are not doing her any good right now. And after all, fighters do have an endurance, so they can't exactly stay outside all the time, so which is why they had a couple on scout patrol already. But now that they are actively under attack, it's time to get those guns in the air. Likewise, if the Tiger Claw were to happen to go up, you don't want the fighters on the deck regardless. Now, I mean, like I said, those fighters don't have an infinite endurance, and they might not be able to hang around for any kind of rescue teams to come and, rescue them, but still, it's a shot as opposed to just sitting here on the deck. And finally, now that we are in a shooting match, there are going to be some fighters coming back damaged, and they are going to make messy landings, and they will need bays to be repaired in. So clear the deck. Doubly so, given that the Tiger Claw seems to only have the one deck and not even an offset deck at that. And yes, thanks to that offset deck on most of your modern carriers, a lot of them can perform both recovery and launching operations nearly simultaneously. Not exactly, of course, and it's not preferred. They would very much prefer to do one or the other, just to reduce the risk of collision and to allow for the possibility of, say, emergency landings that require nets or something exciting like that. But if push comes to shove, yes, they can rotate through, landing a few, launching a few, landing a few, launching a few, and it's terrifying and amazing to witness, I understand. But you can't quite do that when your launch deck is also your recovery deck, and they only have the one hatch into the hangar. So things get a little more complicated now. What's funny is the Tiger Claw does appear to have something approximating a catapult system in the deck of the flight deck, and I guess that explains why the door is configured the way it is, so the wings on the outboard side can clear the hatch itself. I do appreciate how the shooter, the guy who calls the shot on the catapult itself, is doing what typically shooters do on at least the USA and Navy aircraft carriers, so that's a nice touch. And again, they're showing off the whole weird atmosphere containment field that they use, which is also, like I said earlier, kind of a crutch, but at least it does make some things somewhat easier. Now, on the flip side, it is absolutely terrifying that the catapult actually fires from within the hangar. I mean, how do you manage Humies wandering around trying to get parts everywhere versus literally launching space fighters as fast as you can out the front door? Someone's going to get plastered one day. But then, of course, you have to go and mess it up even more. Okay, yes, I totally agree with having a catapult-like system on a carrier in space. It's a great way of getting the fighter up to speed very rapidly without consuming great quantities of fuel on the fighter itself. In fact, depending on the catapult itself and the thrusters that the fighter are using, it can probably get a fighter up to a higher speed faster than the engines on the fighter can. Now, that's all good and well. There is absolutely no reason for the fighter to drop like this one is doing right here below the level of the flight deck right after she launches. That is strictly an atmospheric kind of behavior for older aircraft. Not even really catapult-fired aircraft, honestly, anymore, except perhaps the Greyhound, the mail carrier. That is to say, the Charlie TAC 2A parenthetical R. This is, in fact, basically how carriers get high demand but low volume or low weight materials out to the carrier when she is, out doing carrier things. And yes, these things are, in fact, launched off a catapult and captured by way of the restraining cable system on the deck. And yeah, they are still launching a dual turboprop massive cargo plane off the decks of carriers. Kind of wacky, right? And yeah, since they are so honking big, and since they are turboprop powered, and since all of these other things, they do that kind of dip off the end of the catapult ramp when they finally get fired, as they get up to speed and lift starts working as opposed to the wheels underneath them. Now, F-18s do this a little as well, but it's not nearly as pronounced. And really, it's basically just a callback to back when carriers did not have catapults at all, and these silly little prop fighters were waddling their way off the end of the boat and dipped down and then suddenly had to pull themselves up again. But again, that's all just atmospheric stuff. We ain't got no atmosphere here, yo. They just yeet off the end of the flight deck and keep going. Now, what's interesting in this particular scene is that we see two separate things happen simultaneously. The two hemispherical halves of the Tiger Claw get pulled together, and then doors close over the top of the flight deck. To which I say, why? I mean, I totally get enclosing the flight deck. That makes perfect sense. Why isn't it always enclosed, since the fighters launch and land from the very forward opening of it? There's no reason to have this big open gap in the middle of the ship. But fine, accepting that, why do you pull the hemispheres together and then close a door? Why not massively reduce the number of moving parts involved and just have bigger doors? And yeah, I have in fact had a lot of questions about how the new Battlestar Galactica retractable flight pod things work. So are there like corridors and hatches that line up with the inside parts of the arm when they're extended, and then are there like duplicate versions of those for when the pods are retracted? Or is there some sort of like telescoping system going on inside of the arms themselves? I mean, they had to move fighters from one flight pod to the other flight pod, so whatever's going on in there is big enough to accommodate those things. So things get really complicated with that many moving parts of that scale. And in this case, much like the Venator, that absolute disaster, it seems like the flight deck on this thing extends a significant length of the ship. So now you've got even more moving surfaces and moving parts and power conduits and water conduits and corridors and hatchways and everything else that you have to worry about while you separate and extend your ship. I mean, I know you humies have a fascination with Transformers, but this seems a bit excessive. And here we see a little bit of the how the shields work on the Tiger Claw herself, how they seem to be sectored off, which seems to track with what I was talking about earlier about how there was a hypothesis, I don't remember if it was ever actually proven, that if you attacked a single part of the shield enough by way of fighters, you could break that section, if not the entire shield system, and then attack the capital ship more directly. I do like how the list is showing that all, 6 sectors of the shield are engaged, but the graphic is only showing maybe 2, maybe 3. Seems like whoever was in charge of that UI got a little optimistic with it. And now we get to see how shields are actually dealt with by capital ships, or at least one of the methods by which shields are dealt with. And technically fighters can do this as well. I know the information available about Wing Commander on your intertubes is somewhat limited and occasionally quite incorrect, because yes, some specific fighters, like the one currently being flown by that Commodore of Naval Intelligence, have weapons that can deal with capital ship shields, and they just impacted the Tiger Claw. Whether these weapons were launched by Kilrathi fighters or capital ships is unclear. It's also unclear why the Tiger Claw's sensor suite totally missed them, doing a complete beeline toward the Tiger Claw, and did not give the crew any time to respond or react, but here we see 2 torpedoes impacting her shields. And yes, torpedoes are different from missiles in Wing Commander. Missiles are exclusively used against fighters or small maneuverable targets, which is mostly fighters, and torpedoes are exclusively used against capital ships. This leads us back to our episode from however long ago that was, talking about the difference of the two concepts in your various science fiction universes. Because on your planet, they're very, very different. In space, there's really not a whole lot of difference between them, aside from potentially, especially in this case, in Wing Commander and in Star Wars and in other places as well, a relative size difference in that missiles are small, torpedoes are big. It's arbitrary, let me tell you. And now comes what the artillerymen would call a counter-battery fire. You shoot me, I shoot you. And shockingly, something that the movie got right somehow again. This is something that actually Hollywood messes up on a regular basis, especially when it comes to, say, ballistic missile submarines. The commanding officer of the submarine will say, open missile tubes 1 and 2, or something like that, I don't know, 1 through 4. And then suddenly 4 hatches on one side of the sub all open up. That's not how those are numbered. If you'll remember back to our compartment serialization episode where we talked about how spaces on ships have actual address codes that tell you exactly where you are in the ship, and you'll possibly remember the acronym that I possibly brought up of PESO, Port Even Starboard Odd. So 1 through 4 would be the first 4 missile tubes on the very front of the 2-tube stack, 2 on each side. Specifically 1 and 3 on the starboard side, since they are odd, and 2 and 4 on the port side, since they are even. In this case, the executive officer requested that tubes 1 and 2 fire, so here we go with tubes 1 and 2 firing from the bow of the ship on either side. Admittedly, tube 2 fired first, but that could just be eager fingers on buttons, because we all know how much you Humies love pushing buttons. The good news is that either Kilrathi destroyers mount weaker shields than Humie carriers, which is possible, I'm not sure I necessarily believe it, or Humie carriers mount bigger torpedoes than whatever was thrown at them, but regardless, those 2 Humie torpedoes knocked out one of the 2 Kilrathi destroyers. Unfortunately, the Kilrathi battleship took that kind of personal-like and did its own kind of counterfire thing going on. Notably, there was still no attempt to knock down the torpedoes before they impacted the ships. I don't actually know if the ships in this universe have, point defense systems. They definitely have systems that are designed to entirely take out fighters. The attacking capital ships in the Wing Commander universe is an exciting time, let me tell you. At least if you're in a fighter. If you're just going broadside for broadside in capital ships, it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. But it is peculiar that apparently no one so far has thought of, shooting down the torpedoes. They don't seem to be doing any jinking or countermeasures or decoying or anything exciting like that. So, yeah, guys, at least try maybe? Also, I simultaneously adore and despise the, I'm not even sure what to call that, ribbed kind of armor on the Kilrathi battleship, the ship in the middle right now, not the one blowing up. Very colorful explosion, by the way. And not the one on the far side, but this curved thing that has gills in it or whatever. It's a great look, as long as you're not being shot at from the front. If they had rotated the armor plates, 45 degrees and had them overlapping with the gaps on the back, that would make a lot of sense. This thing's wading into combat. It now has overlaying plates of, I assume, armor or structure or whatever the hell that is. And those plates can just shrug off damage, and if one fails, there's going to be another one behind it. Putting them this way, yes, does make it look somewhat alien, but it also opens up all manner of, again, yes, I know it's not an exactly appropriate term, but it still works in this case, shot traps. Whatever's getting shot into those gills is going to do some damage. And curved armor is strictly better than flat armor. And angled armor is strictly better than flat armor. And curved armor that is also angled is massively better than everything. And here they are opening up flat plates to the front of the ship. But why, though? Okay, yes, they have shields, I get that, but clearly the shields don't do crap against big guns, as the poor little destroyer to the battleship's starboard side would clearly tell them. Now, this time around, someone was actually paying attention to the sensor sweeps, the creeps and the bleeps, and realized that there were 2 more torpedoes coming at the Humie ship. Oh no, what should we do? Let's steer into the torpedoes? Okay, hear me out. This guy has been complaining about our half-pilgrim pilot since he first came on board. It's been a big thing, big contentious detail, blah, 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 so on and so forth. He's a hard-ass XO, and something has seriously shoved a hair up his hiney, or whatever the term is. Great. And he's even gone so far as to accuse the Pilgrim of deliberately sabotaging the Tiger Claw and her mission. Okie dokie. Now, the last 2 torpedoes that the Kilrathies fired at the Tiger Claw clearly hit on the port side. Port side amidships, I'd call, and amidships both vertically and horizontally. Neither the Tiger Claw nor the Kilrathi ship seem to have made any significant maneuvers since that particular event happened, so it is logical to assume that any future torpedoes are going to be coming from the same approximate vector. And this is where things get squirrely. Mostly because there's like 17 different things to talk about, and I'm trying to figure out which one would be the easiest for y'all to understand. The first one is that nautical ships specifically steer from the back. And I understand that makes obvious sense to you because after all, the rudder's in the stern. But that's not really what I mean. When you're in your 4-wheeled conveyances, a minivan supremacy after all, and you turn the wheel to the left while you're moving forward, the nose immediately moves to the left. And then the tail of the vehicle kind of trails behind, right? But on the flip side, when you're a surface ship and you want to turn to the left, the first thing that actually happens is the stern comes out to the right. And then the stern kind of forces the bow to start turning left, and then the entire ship starts turning left. This is, again, thanks to the whole, like, the rudder is in the back kind of thing. I tell you what, next time you are in one of the stores where you buy all your food and stuff, and you have one of those little wire baskets on the wheels, at least in the North American area, the wire baskets on wheels, they have steering wheels in the front and fixed wheels in the back. I understand Europe does it with free rotating wheels on all 4 corners, so this won't work quite the same. But anyways, if you're in the North American area, go to one of your food stores, grab a wire basket on wheels, spin it around, don't use the handle, and try to drive it from the front, basically. Push the cart backwards for all intents and purposes, and try to steer, and see how the cart behaves as you attempt to make the turns. That is exactly how a surface ship behaves. And I know I keep saying surface ship. Submarines basically behave the same way. The difference is surface ships have the benefit of the rudder being behind the screw, which massively increases their maneuverability in comparison to a submarine, where the rudder is in front of the screw. Which, yeah, you don't get the wash over the rudder quite as good, and they don't behave quite as well, but it's basically the same mechanics, just a lot slower. Now, fine, all that said, the torpedoes from the enemy Kilrathi came from, let's call it 2 points on the port bow, maybe 3, somewhere in that range. On the port bow, not broad on the port bow, and not forward of the port beam. So yeah, somewhere in that forward section of the port side of the ship. Given that, it is/was fairly standard USAN nautical military standard operating procedure that when you see a torpedo headed your direction, one of the primary options, assuming it is coming from ahead of the broad on the port or starboard bow side of the ship, is to steer into it. And I'm not even making that up. The original premise behind that was if you saw the torpedo wash behind it, because after all, the torpedo screw cavitates wildly, so you could see the bubbles coming up to the surface, is that the surface skimmer style torpedoes of, say, World War II, well, they had to hit the ship, right? And so by turning into the torpedo, you were massively reducing the target profile of your own ship. And you were even reducing it to the point where, since the torpedo had kind of a bulbous, rounded nose, and the fuse was directly on the end of that bulb, there's a remote possibility that, and it did happen actually not that remotely, that the torpedo body would hit your hull, deflect off, but the fuse would never make contact. And then the torpedo would merrily go along its happy little way, and you would not be sunk. Needless to say, torpedoes have gotten a lot more complicated over the years, and surface ships' countermeasures against them have also gotten a lot more complicated. So it doesn't really work the same way anymore. But yes, turning into the torpedo made a certain degree of sense once upon a time. But does that carry over into space? See, this ship might have a rudder, probably doesn't. It probably has a multitude of station-keeping thrusters scattered all over its surface. So when it turns left, the bow turns left immediately, and then the stern probably follows. So was this guy trying to put the bow shield in the way of the torpedoes? Or was he trying to ensure that the torpedoes hit basically the same spot? It's clear that the conflict distance is not that far, and it also is clear that these ships have a significant amount of mass behind them and cannot maneuver very quickly. Would it have been better to turn hard right and take the hit on a more stern section of the shields? Would it have been simply better to go down or up? After all, this is a three-dimensional combat. In fact, we wouldn't want to fall victim of the same two-dimensional thinking that Khan used to do, so why just do this? And yes, I totally understand that I'm absolutely backseat driving, but that's kind of the point. This guy has been up the other pilot's tushy ever since he got on board. Why is he doing this, and what motivations might he have? Let's subject him to the same scrutiny, shall we? Because what's about to happen is the Tiger Claw does take a hit in approximately the same spot. Her shields kind of waver for a second, and she takes legitimate damage. So what could he have done differently? Why didn't he do something differently? Did he think the ship could actually turn fast enough? Was he hoping to take the hit on the starboard side as opposed to the port side? Or was he just ensuring that the torpedoes lined up on the same shield grid that he hit before? Although now I legitimately have no idea what's going on with the shield diagram system. I can kind of see the 6 separate sectors of shields on the ship right now, but it appears it's the bow section that took the most damage, and specifically the ventral side of the bow section. What? The first 2 torpedoes, as far as I could tell, very clearly hit on port amidship, and let's go with kind of more dorsal than ventral. So really that kind of like triangle section there in the middle should have taken the damage, not the bow all the way at the front. I'm so confused. Maybe they're rerouting energy to reinforce the midships, but you're pointed at the enemy. If they're going to shoot you, they're going to shoot you in the face. Maybe you should reroute energy to your bow? I don't know. But here, finally, we get to see a good perspective on why fighter weapons aren't terribly effective against capital ships. Here you see a small fleet of indeterminate number of rapiers, because I can't honestly tell some of them apart from some of the trash floating around in space, and 2 broadswords. And no, I am not in fact talking about the F-41 broadsword from Halo, but rather the CF Tech 131 Alpha broadsword, or just simply the 2648 or earlier broadsword. Because there's like a lot of variations on the broadsword, and I'm just trying to talk about the one that I don't even know where it showed up in games. It might not have actually shown up in games, given what I'm looking at right now. It did show up in the Confederation Handbook, and it was supposedly the first variation during the early Terran-Kilrathi War, which separates it from the late Terran-Kilrathi War, which apparently is Wing Commander 2 and Wing Commander Academy, which is further separated from other things later on. Anyways, the broadsword is considered to be like the most successful starfighter that the Terrans ever produced. Mostly because it rolled heavy with multiple mass driver cannons, multiple turret-mounted neutron guns, and say those big honkin' 4 things wrapped around the central fuselage. You can probably guess what those are, but just in case you can't, yeah, they're torpedoes. Yes, the broadsword is in fact the heavy bomber for the Terran Confederation, whatever you want to call it. And she mounts 4 cap ship killing torpedoes. She's got the maneuverability of a pregnant goldfish, but she hits hard where it counts, yo. Sorry, I got distracted. Anyways, this is what I was talking about, the difference between like fighter weapons and anti-cap ship weapons. If you look at the rapiers and their cutesy-poo little missiles, yeah, those missiles aren't going to do a darn thing against a capital ship when it takes one of those 4 torpedoes that are literally longer than a rapier and probably mass as much, if not more than a rapier, to actually do damage to a capital ship. So yeah, those little rapiers are happy little angry interceptors, but the broadswords do the actual work when it comes to taking down capital ships. This is not terribly dissimilar from how things have been on your planet during certain wars. Again, specifically World War II, because apparently every single science fiction movie always comes back to World War II. It's tiresome. But regardless, those Corsairs I mentioned previously, they could mount bombs. Aside from a very lucky hit, those bombs didn't do a whole lot of damage to the actual ship. I mean, yes, they would kill some Humies, they would knock out some surface gun emplacements, but they're not going to take out a ship just by sending wave after wave of Corsair at this battleship and hoping the bombs hit. On the other hand, this glorious tub, known as the Tango Bravo Foxtrot or Tango Bravo Mike, depending on who was making it, but regardless, her name was the Avenger, and she carried a single torpedo in her bomb bay. Yeah, wasn't meant for combat, wasn't meant for dogfighting. She had some turrets to help defend herself, but mostly she was a torpedo delivery system. Oh, look, behold, a broadsword. And just to answer any kind of doubts in the audience, the Avenger was not uniquely responsible for sinking both the Yamato and the Musashi, but she definitely helped. And the plane by herself was credited for sinking up to 30 different enemy submarines. So, yeah, weird little bird, but got the job done. Although little is not accurate, and got the job done is both accurate for the Avenger and apparently the broadsword, and the broadsword is also not very small, as you can tell from the footage on the movie. So, yeah, you see where I'm going, right? Aside from the 1 shot versus 4 shots. But let's see how this turns out. Aha! Did I not call it? I called those Drouthies. Technically Drouthy 9s, which I still think is a little wrong. And in fairness, if I remember right, and we all know how sketch my memory banks are, but regardless, Drouthy is pretty much the standard Kilrathi light to medium fighter. So if you see a Kilrathi fighter, it's probably a Drouthy of some generation or another. So, I mean, I guess I had a pretty sure bet going on, right? But here, we finally get to see a bow-on perspective of that, what did I call it? A 12-barrel rotary cannon on the nose of these rapiers? I was expecting a lot more, honestly. I was expecting like a solid stream of projectiles just blazing forth out of that insanity. Or alternatively, I was expecting like it loads up all 12 barrels and you just roll up on an enemy fighter and just dump all 12 all at once, and then it has to rotate through reloading them. Sure, that of course happens with rotary cannons, but still, man, can you imagine the shotgun blast out of that thing's nose? Tell me a fighter could survive that. But yeah, that's a pretty slow rate of fire that I'm seeing right here, right now. And admittedly, that's a very large moment arm of inertia that the motor at the core of this thing has to rotate around to get the guns lined up so it can shoot them. But this all leads me back to, again, where does all this stuff fit in the rapier? Where does the ammo fit? Where does the motor turning the rotary cannon fit? Where does any of this fit? I get that Chris Roberts, or whoever was in charge of this, cheaped out and got, what were they, English Electric Lightnings or whatever for cockpits? But you could have built them out a little more. Yes, you got just the cockpit module. I see that. You didn't just have to like strap wings onto them, strap some weird little engine modules onto them, and strap a massive honking cannon onto the front of them. You could have done just a touch more work, yo. Of course, just a touch more work is what's currently sinking Star Citizen, since it's always just a touch more work until it's done. Until they take you for all you're worth, because, I mean, after all, Humies are still paying them for whatever game they're going to produce in the end, and at this point, they've blown so many deadlines. Is there an end, or are they just going to assume that Humies are going to keep paying them? They have so far. Why not keep going? And here we have some positively bizarre weirdness. Yes, the fighters have cleared the fighters out of the path of the bombers who are going to make the strike on the capital ships. Fine, that all makes perfect sense so far. I could have sworn that the battleship and the other destroyer were thrusting past the still somehow exploding destroyer, but clearly I misunderstood, right? But what's funny to me is that the fighters declare, okay, we've cleared a path for the bomber. Let's get back to the fight, everyone. And then they leave. Okay, fine. There are no more enemy fighters between the bombers and the big ol' honking targets right out there. It seems like giving the big ol' honking targets more targets to shoot at might extend the bomber's lifespan. Now, it's possible that the Kilrathi's targeting computers are good enough to differentiate rapiers from broadswords, for example. and will deliberately ignore the rapiers in preference for the broadswords. On the other hand, that big old boom immediately up and right from the still sinking Kilrathi destroyer is a flak burst. So the automated defenses have already engaged, and their accuracy blows. So couldn't you still run a little interference for your bombers trying to go in on their torpedo run? And yes, I know I just said bombers on a torpedo run. Ignore that! But this is kind of like decoy MIRVs on a nuclear missile. Yeah, I mean, you'll catch a few of the MIRVs coming down, but are you sure which MIRVs you caught? And I'm not saying that the fighter pilots should sacrifice themselves to take out the capital ship, although, I mean, technically, we're back to the sacrificing one to save how many is not necessarily a bad thing, but that's a complicated moral choice, and I shouldn't force that on anyone, should I? Of course not. And here we learn a little more about how shields work on the Wing Commander universe. To wit, they work both ways. Because as it turns out, the Kilrathi have to lower their shields to fire their torpedoes, and then they immediately bring them back up again. But there's a window after they fire their torpedoes where the shields are still trying to come back up again, and if you launch a torpedo that would hit while the shields were down, well, that ship be hosed, yo. Unfortunately, like I said, the fighters took off too early, and this poor broadsword, or should I more accurately say, this expanding field of explosive gas, did not get to make that shot. And the broadsword behind him had to wave off, because, big explosion in front of him. And in the meantime, the battleship, the Kilrathi ship killer, was able to launch her volley of torpedoes unmolested. This is not going to go well. But I will say that's an interesting detail about shields in the Wing Commander universe. It's kind of like Klingon cloaking in old Star Trek, where they have to decloak to fire their weapons. They have to expose themselves to attack. It makes perfect sense. It's the only way of maintaining any sort of like parody or gamesmanship with that kind of thing going on. In this particular case, as long as the capital ship's shields are up, they're basically invulnerable, but they have to drop their shields to attack the other ship. So there's your window. Can you nail it or can you not? Now it becomes a matter of skill, not just a matter of force on target, which in my opinion is more interesting. But given that the Kilrathi battleship, I believe, launched 3, possibly 4 torpedoes, the Tiger Claw may be on the receiving end of force all the same. And now I am simply just, fascinated. I mean, did the bridge crew just take the XO's request for hard left rudder, personally, and just keep turning all the same? I mean, honestly, actually, now that I think about what I just said, can we roll back the tape for just a second? Who was the conning officer? Who was the officer of the deck? I mean, yes, obviously, the commanding officer was on the bridge. And yes, obviously, the executive officer on the bridge. Fine. But regardless of all of that, there is still a conning officer and an officer of the deck. The conning officer is the only person that the helmsman and lee helmsman should listen to. That is to say, the person in charge of the rudder and the person in charge of the screw. Now, yes, technically, the commanding officer can just blurt out some instruction for the helmsman or lee helmsman, and they have to obey it. But at that point, the officer of the deck should clearly and loudly proclaim, the captain has the con. Because the con, again, is the only voice that the lee helmsman and the helmsman listen to. And this is important, especially during combat evolutions such as this one. When the seas get choppy, when the seas get busy, when people start shooting at you, there are all kinds of voices on the bridge. And there are 2 very, very junior enlisted personnel who are in charge of maintaining the rudder and maintaining the speed of the ship, the screw. Their only job is to do exactly what the con tells them to do, exactly when the con tells them to do it. There is only one voice that they should be listening for in this potential cacophony of nonsense. You could have the navigator back here doing something. You could have the weapons officer over here doing something. You could have the CO and XO consulting on the finer points of whether they should use lethal force right now over here. But regardless, there is only one voice that these two poor, very junior enlisted personnel should be listening for, and that is the Khan. And as far as I can tell, Wing Commander never actually made like a nod to that general concept. The XO was giving helmsman directions. The CO was giving helmsman directions. There was this random freighter captain who turned out to be a frickin' naval intelligence commodore, literally grabbing the ship's wheel and steering the ship. Yeah. This is not a good look, yo. So given all that, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the poor helmsman, the guy in charge of the rudder, just kept turning left after the XO told him to turn left. Because I don't know who had the con at that point, even if there was a conning officer. If it was just like a waterfall situation where if the CO doesn't tell you that the XO is wrong, listen to the XO. And if the XO doesn't tell you that whoever's beneath him is wrong, listen to that guy. That's not great. But regardless, sorry, another divergence, all the same. Apparently the Tiger Claw in her compacted form, because she is much less wide than she used to be, has been turning left enough that the 3 torpedoes launched by the Kilrathi battleship just hit about, 1 to 2 points on the starboard bow now. And you would think that'd be okay. Except either they did not do a good job of keeping track of which shields go on which side, or the battleship throws much heavier torpedoes than the destroyers did. Because the poor Tiger Claw is in for a bad ride right now. Although on the flip side, I do have to question how the torpedoes were able to survive fratricide. Because it seems like the leftmost torpedo, looking down from the top view as we are right now, went off first. And the explosion, after all, space doesn't really care about explosions, but that's a different conversation entirely, should have taken out the other 2 torpedoes. I'm guessing it doesn't. And shocker among shockers, of course it doesn't. The other 2 torpedoes hit just fine, and since the shields already took some significant damage, at least one of those torpedoes got through and did some significant damage, up to and including inserting a foreign object into the captain's, skull. The captain that everyone knew and loved. Oh, this is not going to go well, is it? Hey. And while everyone else has been very busy doing things and being shot at and shooting at other things and still being shot at all the same, our Commodore of Naval Intelligence took it upon himself to hide in a carcass. Yes, in fact, that is a broadsword you are seeing rising out of the wreckage of one of the Kilrathi destroyers, specifically the destroyed one. I guess he kind of assumed, hoped, believed that all the explosions going on and residual energy signatures might mask that of his own fighter to the point where he could do this, what do they call it earlier in the movie? A jack-in-the-box maneuver where he pops up, says, hello, and then hopefully bugs out for the horizon. I guess we'll find out. And apparently, in fairness, the lighting messed me up a little on understanding how the Kilrathi ship is designed. It wasn't like overlapping scales of armor. It was consecutive plates of... I'm not even sure what to call that. But no, it's not apparently the overlapping idea that I thought it was earlier. It's expanding kind of rows kind of concept where they have strapping to hold it together, basically, and I'm oversimplifying this massively. And then the rest of the ship is just around for the ride. Yes, I'm still not sure what to call that. But it's not the scale type armor that I thought it was. Lighting, man. And yes, in fact, that Commodore of Naval Intelligence literally dumped 4 anti-capital ship torpedoes at a, capital ship at basically point-blank range. I assume he had enough time to dial down the thrusters on the torpedoes so that they came in kind of slow, so he had time to exit stage elsewhere. But all the same, he just popped up, said, hello, and just dumped his entire payload at the battleship. And the battleship was like, oh. I mean, At that point, what else are you going to do? But now that the battleship has been destroyed, the flyboys are somewhat bored, and, well, as you Humies say, idle hands are the devil's work, or however that phrase goes. Regardless, these two flyboys, Maniac and the other one, decided to go and try to bag themselves some more Kilrathi fighters. Well, Maniac just bagged this one, and guess who it's headed towards? Which honestly is a pretty interesting divergence from most of how science fiction handles starfighter combat. In Star Wars, when you blow up a ship, it just blows up and there's nothing left behind of it, right? But here we are, and Maniac just blew off that thing's wing, but, well, it still has mass and it still has inertia, and it's still about to intersect with something that you did not want it to intersect with. Perhaps more interestingly is, what is the range to target measured in? Or more specifically, what is the target? Is the target that massive gas giant out the window? Is the target that hurtling wreckage heading towards your cockpit? What is the target? And what metric of measurement are we using here that you're 12,424 somethings away from it? I mean, are we talking centimeters? Are we talking kilometers? I'm unclear. Likewise, how, by the great maker, do you translate that emission signature on the left side of the screen? What is that supposed to be telling me? For that matter, what is the thing on the right supposed to be telling me? I have no idea. It is simply amazing what your prop departments were able to get away with in the late 1990s on your planet. Also the late 1900s. And speaking of things to get away with, here we are with one pilot exhorting another to pull up in space. What does that even mean? I mean, yes, on your planet, when you're about to auger in, pilots should preferably pull up to avoid, like I mentioned, augering in. But in space, if you just simply pull up, you'll keep pulling tighter and tighter, possibly, little loop-de-loops, and eventually all the blood in your head will drain to your legs, unless you have a G-suit on, or unless you are skilled in managing your muscles to ensure that your blood remains in your head. And guess what happens when all the blood evacuates your cranium? You kind of pass out. So in this case, pull out might have been good, as in like pull out of the spin. But pull up is a meaningless exhortation. If she just keeps pulling up, it's going to get worse. So this is, after all, one of the big problems y'all have with the whole concept of science fiction warfare, but in context of World War II carrier combat warfare, because thanks to George freaking Lucas, that's all you can conceive of. So many words, so little time. Also, could anyone come up with a convincing explanation as to why the ejector seat activation system is housed in the console of the fighter craft? The screen assembly, all of the dials and knobs and switches and so forth on directly in front of the pilot. The thing that under high G extreme maneuver situations, the pilot can't actually reach. Because they're either their hands are just going all over the place, or there's too much G-forces going on, and maybe they don't have the physical strength to do it. Like, as far as I understand the problem, most of the ejector seat activation systems are housed around the seat, like close to your body, so that when you do have to pull that lever, you don't have to go far to do it. It's between your feet, or it's over your head, or it's next to you on either side. It's not like across the cockpit in front of you and you have to pull the stupid thing out. Why would you do that? I'm not going to say that the ejector seat lever, switch, button, pull out rod thing should be the most easily accessible thing ever, because obviously you don't want it to go off accidentally. But on the other hand, when you need it, you really, really want it, and it should be fairly easy to access. And I would not consider the console of most aircraft, spacecraft, whatever, to be, quote-unquote, fairly easy to access when things are going wrong. Maybe it's just me. Now, all that said, this is a scenario where this kind of thing happens. It's not a kind of thing where normally one plane is guiding another plane into landing on the carrier deck. But fighters struggling to land has been a thing since you started launching fighters off carriers, basically. And a lot of those problems got solved by way of the arresting hooks and the arresting lines. There are 3 of them laid across at least some carriers. And if you miss the first, you catch the second. If you miss the second, you catch the third. And if you miss the third, well, guess what? You were landing under full throttle. Okay, I should back up. When you're landing, you're dialing down your throttle, you're feathering your flaps, you're managing your plane in air as you're coming in. It's a whole complicated equation that, yes, does involve actually calling the ball. And that's a phrase that comes up in science fiction quite frequently. And I suppose I should do an episode about that at some point in the future. But the big takeaway is that for all the things that you do to make that aircraft land on that moving postage stamp, and yes, it is exactly what you would think, like I talked about. As soon as you feel rubber hit the non-skid, you firewall it. That is to say, you literally shove those throttles as far forward as you possibly can. Why, you ask? Well, what happens if you miss the last trap? And yeah, each of those arresting cables are called traps, and I do believe the goal is to hit the first one, but I'm not entirely sure. Most of the memory engrams I borrowed from you humies are not from aviators. But the point is, if you miss the first, you hit the second. If you miss the second, you hit the third. And if you miss the third, well, you'd better be busy getting up back into the air again, because that deck runs out real fast. And yes, for all you civilian types out there, please understand that the deck of a carrier, the runway of a carrier, is not large enough to slow a plane down the way that you are accustomed to. I mean, you're accustomed to commercial aircraft, blah, 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 so on and so forth, that they line up on the runway, they touch down, they engage thrust reversers and tire brakes, and they leisurely slow themselves down over thousands of yards. Well, the flight deck on the average Nimitz-class USAN carrier is approximately 364 yards long. And you ain't hitting it at the very stern end of it. You're hitting it somewhere in the first third, ideally, or the second third if you miss all the traps. And then suddenly you only have, 150 yards to go until there is water. And even worse, not only will you fall off into the water, but the ship will run over you because it cannot stop. So yeah, as soon as fighter wheels touch the deck, they absolutely firewall the throttles. And as soon as they feel that catch, when their tail hook grabs that arresting cable, then they back off. But fighter pilots practice this incessantly. They do touch and goes. You touch the deck for 20, 30 yards, and then you take off again. And you come in acting like you're landing, but they don't have the arresting cables out, and you don't have your arrestor hook down. And they practice this over and over and over again because it's very, very important. Because this is how you survive when things go wrong, up to and including you simply missing the trap. But sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself. And what we were talking about previously was wounded birds. That is to say, fighters coming in that you're not sure they're going to actually make any of the traps. Well, thankfully, most carriers have a solution for this. And yeah, it's a net. It's colloquially called a barricade, but it is, for all intents and purposes, a massive net that stretches across the entire flight deck of the carrier. It's not a built-in feature. It has to be deployed. The stanchions that it is secured to are built in, and they are raised out of the flight deck, locked into place, and then the barricade is strung between them and tensioned, and then the aircraft comes in and does the best landing it can when you know that you're about to hit a massive honking net. That cannot be comfortable. But it does beat ditching the aircraft in the ocean, so take your wins while you can. But in this particular case in the Wing Commander movie, this is exactly why you would not guide in a wounded bird with a live bird. Because I assume the Tiger Claw has some sort of active recovery system, something like arresting gear or something like that. So the net is only good for one bird. So maybe you guide her into just before she touches down, and then you peel off, right? I'm betting that's not how this is going to work. But we'll find out momentarily. And as predicted, here we are with both aircraft, spacecraft, space fighters, whatever you want to call them, attempting to land simultaneously. The broken one is that flaming pile of debris on the right side of the picture so far, and our pretty boy is on the left side and trying to, well, he can't actually dodge any of the debris at this point because he's coming in too hard and too fast as well. And that's what she said. Now here's the first good run-up on the runway, that the Tiger Claw has in front of her hangar assembly. I assume the runway ends basically at the lower right-hand corner of the screen, and it continues into the hangar bay, which, like we talked about previously, they catapult birds out of that hangar bay, and I have all kinds of concerns and questions about that. Fine. Beyond that, where are the indicator lights? Like, runways have very prescribed and described and specific sequences of lights to tell you where you are on the runway. They ain't got none of those. Admittedly, they're lighting up the deck, yes, but that is not the same as having actual indicator lights on the deck. Think of indicator lights like the white line on the outboard side of your road and the yellow line on the inboard side of your road. And I understand that all of you Humies drive on roads on different sides of the road, and you probably use different colors too. I don't know. The point is, runways have a very described, specific sequence of colors that tell aviators, pilots, where they are supposed to be and when. And I ain't seeing none of this. I mean, imagine if you were flying through a nebula and you just got this white, vague, indeterminate surface in front of you. Would you go out of your way to land on that? I wouldn't. And the bad news is this massive superstructure at the end of the runway disallows you from doing the, like, okay, we touch down, we go to full throttle, and we take off if we don't make the trap, right? No, there is no alternative here. Either you make it into that little tiny hangar door at the end of this horrible runway, or you splatter against the superstructure of this carrier, undoubtedly killing yourself, possibly killing scores of other Humies, because why is the flight deck sunk into the ship so far? I don't understand. Or I guess I do understand. It's supposed to be contained during the jump sequence and armored in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. Fine! The flight deck is not actually the important part. You don't have to worry about that. You got to worry about the hangar. Why not have an elevator? By the great maker, your aircraft carriers have had elevators almost from the beginning. So why not have a flight deck on top of this superstructure that leads you to one of many elevators that will take you down to the actual proper hangar, as opposed to someone who took a shot to their ordnance, coming in with that ordnance burning itself up, and then as soon as they're in the hangar, that rando missile that they didn't fire and it got shot and they didn't know that, all of a sudden explodes and takes out the entire ship. Why would you design a carrier where the failure mode of a damaged fighter coming in is you lose the carrier? Explain to me how that makes sense. But no. It gets so much worse. Yeah, because as long as that, as it's called, wreckage is on deck, no one else can land. So, okay, fine. I get that. You've already established that this runway, this flight deck, whatever you want to call it, is necessary for your birds to land. Fine. I get it. It's okay. Stupid, but it's okay. So I just got to ask, for like clarification's sake, why is the crash and salvage, I assume remote control bulldozer thing, stationed back at the, airlock door? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, on the one hand, those are a pile of useful materials that you could use on the ship to repair some of your other fighters. On the other hand, why not just have them stationed at the very end of the runway on either side of the actual carrier? And then when things have to be scraped off the flight deck, they scrape it into the hangar. So again, you can use them or whatever. And on the gripping hand, there might be a living, breathing Sophont inside of that pile of wreckage right now. And yeah, they're going to push her off into the void because she's in the way. Because apparently the Terran Confederation did not think far enough ahead about how to manage wreckage on their deck. Because again, like I said, why are these little happy bulldozer thingies stationed on either side of the far end of the flight deck? And yes, I know that there's all kinds of things coming into the hangar. They launch out of the hangar, they land into the hangar. It's stupid! But there's lots of bays off to the side. And the flight deck's going to be shut down until this little bulldozer thing does this bulldozer thing regardless. So it might as well do its bulldozer thing back into the pressurized part of the hangar and then shunt it off to a side bay or something like that. And then, hey, look, everyone can land again. And maybe no one dies. I mean, there's no guarantee that Rosie and that wreckage is still alive regardless. But an attempt could be made if you design the ship properly. Which, naturally, they didn't. And then I just absolutely adore how the artificial gravity field clearly extends out onto the flight deck. Why? Why would you do that? I mean, I suppose it would help with landing, getting the ships oriented with the deck and so on and so forth. But that raises some additional questions, like if you have FOD on your deck, why not turn off the artificial gravity? Why not reverse the artificial gravity and just yeet all that crap into the void? Because Rosie's fighter is literally about to fall off the edge to the left as this little bulldozer thing pushes it off. So the gravity field is like enveloping the ship or something. So, okay, tell everyone to hold on. We got to clear the flight deck. Zap. Send it flying off into space, turn it back on, and we're done. But I guess that doesn't really allow for the emotional heartbreak of seeing your fling be pushed off the edge into the void. Understandably, the CO is a little peeved about losing one of her best pilots, and since Pretty Boy here disobeyed a direct order, and since this is wartime, well, you know how the story goes in the military. More interestingly is I wonder what's underneath all that crap. Judging by the location of the safety and everything, I'd guess it's from your Beretta company and probably one of their 92s or M9s or something in that family, but that's just a wild-ass guess on my part. What really annoys me, though, is how science fiction seems to have decided that as your technology progresses and as your species goes out into space and conquers the stars and this, that, and the blessed other, your guns should naturally get bigger, because that makes sense. I mean, the M9 underneath all of that, if it is indeed an M9, is not exactly a small firearm. It is referred to as a full-size firearm, a pistol on your planet. But there's no reason for it to get this big if it's still basically doing the same job. Now, in fairness, it could be something like a new Battlestar Galactica's sidearm, where the assembly underneath the barrel is a little tiny grenade launcher, which would be kind of cool. But the fairing around it is still unnecessary. Especially when you're trying to cram this into a chest holster in a pilot's uniform in a fighter, because that's apparently where the guy pulled it out from. I mean, you wouldn't want to carry that massive chonker around with you in the cockpit. Or if you did want something that big, it should be more powerful, more capable than simply a pistol. Also, as a purely incidental note, where are the sights? On the M9, the sights are part of the slide, which is again underneath that fairing that is wrapped around the entire upper assembly of the pistol. So how are you going to hit the broadside of a barn with that darn thing? I mean, you humies like to make a lot of noise about point shooting, but that doesn't really actually work so well. And speaking of point firing, credit to the prop department for actually finding some expended rocket pods. I can't honestly identify what kind of pods those are because you humies have produced approximately 7 fucktillion different variations of shove rockets into a can and shoot them out in a massive spam, but at least it's a nice touch. And finally, we get another good, decent shot of the Tiger Claw as they land her on a moon. Is she designed for doing that? I mean, this is a carrier after all. Does it actually have, like, landing gear? I cannot imagine you're taking that thing through an atmosphere, so I don't know. Also, I'm kind of weirded out how so much of it looks kind of like a blimp. There's a lot of structure and skin, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of substance inside of it. But she does appear to be in her collapsed form, so I guess that makes a certain degree of sense, since, I mean, all that hangar and flight deck and everything has to exist somewhere in the hull, both in the expanded and the collapsed forms. So, yeah, I guess when she opens up, there would be even less substance to the total volume being presented, I suppose. And oh, hey, look, when the Tiger Claw goes quiet and passive systems only, and now we're going to do the classic science fiction trope of pretending we're a submarine sitting on the bottom of the ocean and hoping that the enemy just floats on past you, because after all, if you're sitting on the deck, you're basically undifferentiatable from all the muck and mud around you, and we're going to be very, very quiet, because we know that sound travels in space so loudly. But since she has gone into stealth mode, she turned on blue lights. I love it. But yeah, I swear, every science fiction show has to have one scene of everyone hiding against an asteroid and being very, very quiet as the enemy fleet hopefully just cruises on past, and that's that. It is technically a valid tactic, again, depending on how capable the sensors are in the enemy ship, and depending on how shielded your reactor or your electronics or your radar or whatever else could be making emissions that the enemy could pick up. Yeah, it could work. I mean, it is highly likely that the active sensors on the enemy ships are not good enough to differentiate a solid chunk of metal from a mostly metal asteroid or something like that. But still, there's no reason to be all secret squirrel quiet. Especially not in this case, when just before going dark, the Tiger Claw sent off a decoy that supposedly has a bigger electromagnetic signature than the Concordia, which is an even bigger carrier than the Tiger Claw. So, I mean, sure. Regardless, noise doesn't travel through space, so it doesn't really matter for the people on the bridge being quiet. But thankfully, there's a crybaby headed away from the carrier right now, and hopefully the enemy fleet will go after it instead. Because, seriously, that whole shtick is just massively overdone. And yes, it is totally a thing on submarines even to this day about being quiet when you're at general quarters and this, that, and the other. I mean, basically everything on a submarine is insulated against sound in every conceivable way. You'd be fascinated to see how they basically suspend equipment on rubber buffers just to mitigate the transient noises and so on and so forth. But again, space, yo! In space, no one can hear you scream! Unless, of course, you're screaming on the electromagnetic frequency, but that's not something you humans have evolved to do yet. Let's hope you never do. Thanks to the quality of the filming and the, quality of the graphics at the time, I can't really say much about the Kilrathi destroyer currently hunting the Tiger Claw. It is intriguing that she does appear to have standoff armor, apparently primarily designed for broadsides, but aside from that, yeah, it's a ship. Got it. Although apparently we do finally get a better look, and not only does it have standoff armor throughout the design, but it seems to ascribe to the whole, scale concept that we saw earlier on the battleship. Interesting design choice. I mean, are these unarmored sections that unimportant to the ship, or maybe should you have put more armor on? More thinner armor? Like checkerboard armor? I get that we're probably coming up against, mass restrictions here, but there are probably better ways of handling that than just leaving massive chunks of your ship wide open to enemy fire. On the flip side, I have to absolutely adore that the Kilrathi have, a dedicated, for lack of a better word, depth charge system built onto their destroyers. Yes, in this image, in the top right side of the screen is a turret of a very, very large gun. But you see that little thing headed down towards the asteroid or moon or whatever it is that the Tiger Claw is hiding on? Yeah. It just came off that stern rack on the kind of center top of the screen. And you'll note that there's already one slotting in behind where the other one came off. And then the track immediately astern of that is apparently a reload system. They kept the magazine outside the skin of the ship. I guess they were concerned if they went pop, they just wanted to go pop out there as opposed to in here. But then there's also an additional rack forward of that with its own magazine as well. Yeah, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different of these little, I don't know what yes, depth charges, but depth charges aren't propelled, so who knows? But are these racks mirrored on the other side? I can't quite tell. And is this simply just a Kilrathi method for, orbitally bombarding a planet? Or do they have a deliberate purpose beyond that? Is this how they go and find ships hiding on asteroids? It seems a very purpose-built system just for that, use. But since I invoked depth charges, yes, we are continuing the trope of sneaky, sneaky submarines being flushed out by destroyers. And you thought George Lucas loved him some World War II combat. Here comes Chris Roberts with the folding chair! But speaking of overdone, nonsensical science fiction tropes and all that good nonsense, they would have you believe, courtesy of this movie, that there was enough air pressure inside of this hangar bay door to cause the door to fail after it just received a not that close hit from a nuclear depth charge orbital bombardment charge, whatever you want to call it, kind of bomb thing. Yeah. No. Do you know what the average sea level pressure of your atmosphere is? It's 14.7 psi, give or take a few decimal points. Do you know what the average pressure of a near miss for a nuclear bomb is? A lot more than that. I mean, for fornication's sake, you can go into your everyday nearby ocean and or lake and or swimming pool if it's deep enough, and go down either 10 meters or approximately 33 feet, and you will experience one more full atmosphere than you're experiencing right now. Because yes, as you sit here listening to me right now, you are experiencing one atmosphere of pressure. The good news is that your body is pushing out with approximately one atmosphere of pressure. So it all works out in the end. All balances out. But if you were to dive down to 33 feet, 10 meters, you would have one additional atmosphere pushing on you. Do you go squish? No. Do you get shoved through some tiny little hole? No. It's not that big of a deal. And a door that can withstand a nuclear blast, mostly-ish, is not going to be suddenly torn open by 14.7 psi pushing on it. Yeah, it's going to leak, because after all, nuclear bomb just went off nearby, and it took some of that force and it popped a seal, and yeah, there's going to be a fissure. You can seal that leak with your hand if you want to. If you want to get complicated, there's all kinds of different ways of sealing leaks on ships, and even void ships, spaceships, whatever you want to call them. There's foams and cloth and all kinds of other things you can just shove in the hole, and yeah, it'll freeze on the outside and solidify on the inside, and yeah, suddenly the leak stops. It's not a thing. But yeah, for a while there, y'all were absolutely convinced that if there was a hole in a ship, you were going to get sucked out of it, no matter how small that hole was. Now, there are some really interesting things that can happen in the ocean with various pressure differentials and the size of pipes and the size of tanks and the force behind the tank and the force of vacuum in the other tank. And we're not going to get into that right now because it's not really relevant. Those are many atmospheres of pressure involved. One atmosphere pressure differential? Yeah, you stick your thumb in it, man. Again, not a big deal. But as this movie is about to show us, and as the Alien Resurrection movie showed us, and as so many other movies of this genre showed us, y'all be terrified of vacuum, which is a good thing to be. But it won't kill you by sucking you out a little tiny hole, and it sure as hell won't tear this door apart. Which, yes, I know, it's about to do. And no, there is absolutely no way that 14.7 psi of pressure on that tin can would suck said tin can through that small hole. To put that in perspective, you could probably empty out the entire contents of that tin can, and that is to say, make a vacuum inside of it, seal it off, and it would sit there and stare at you. And you mean to tell me that the same vacuum going through that hole would be enough to squish it and compress it hard enough that it could actually fit through that little tiny hole? No. Now, like we talked about earlier, there are weird differences between atmosphere and water, and you don't want to look up some things about the things that water can do at certain enough depths, and it's not pretty, but this is atmo, at pressures that you are accustomed to. This doesn't happen. But regardless, it had some ridiculously long scene about that whole thing happening and humans almost getting sucked out and the two newbie pilots having to rescue each other and this, that, and a fornicating other, although the rescue is kind of twitchy as well, since Pretty Boy wrapped a metal cable around himself with a carabiner, locking it onto the cable, and then had the crewman hold it taut, basically, as he went and got his friend, without any harness or anything. And it was, a half-inch metal cable around his midsection. And then, of course, the crewman lost their grip on the cable, and he went flying down the hangar bay. And, well, I mean, humans don't react well to their entire body weight being exerted onto a half-inch metal cable around their midsections. They tend to get some pretty grievous internal injuries when that happens, which is why y'all wear harnesses when you do the things that would result in you dropping from high heights or whatever the hell. And anyways, this ridiculous leak in the door was solved by allowing a massive armor plate to fly into the door and seal off the leak. An armor plate that was probably thicker than the door itself. I have so many questions. Although at least we do finally loop back around to the whole as soon as a pilot dies, they never existed nonsense. Because the friend of Pretty Boy threatened to inflict that on Pretty Boy, and he was like, nah. And I mean, after all, it is something stupid. I understand, like we talked about earlier, how it is compartmentalization for soldiers in a war zone. But you're also deleting the person from existence just because you don't want to deal with the stress of their life. Kind of a horrible thing to do after they're already dead. But after all, you squishies manage grief in a variety of different ways, and it's not always anyone else's place to say what is right and wrong. It's making it part of a command decision that does make it a little questionable, though. And here we have another one of those interesting wire diagram status report doohickeys running around on the bridge. I like how the shields at 20% gets a warning, but the fuel cells being even lower, and every Humi on the ship expiring in the next 5 hours doesn't hardly get a note at all. Okay, priorities, I guess. I mean, the AI would, of course, prefer to have shields up. Sure, I get that. I kind of question whoever was responsible for training that AI, but, maybe it figured out things for itself. And here, apparently, we finally get to see the Terran combat uniform. Not just their fighters, but the gear their fighters wear. Okay, you know what? Ground troops. Let's call it that, except we're not actually on the ground, and we're not going to the ground. We're going to a Kilrathi ship, but you know what I mean. They're soldiers, right? They're space soldiers, and wow, this looks like straight out of something from your 1970s, 1980s, maybe like Flash Gordon kind of style going on here. Very classic, not necessarily classy, just very classic. And apparently it doesn't get a whole lot better from the front either. I mean, did they borrow those helmets from the original Battlestar Galactica? And what's with the chest plate being so low? And why does the codpiece go up to your abdomen or something? I'm again left with so many questions. I have always had so many questions. Okay, fine. I retract my statement. Apparently the chest piece isn't that low. The guy was just bent over and made it look funny. That's about where your body armor goes on you Humies right now. So, fine. The seam down the middle, I'm sure, is just meant for flexibility or something. I still have so many questions about the abdomen strip going all the way down into becoming a loincloth, but I'm sure that's a stylistic choice. The padding around the neck seems particularly amusing, given that you're going up against a massive felinoid species with very large claws, and I'm pretty sure they can cut through fabric with relative ease. I think I would have gone with something a little more substantial than just, a cushy travel pillow for all intents and purposes. A little confused why the shoulder pads are pushed so far forward on them, but that could just be a fitment issue. Regardless, I am quite certain this entire conversation is entirely besides the point, because I have absolutely no doubt that this armor will do precisely nothing against any weapon a Kilrathi brings to bear against a human. As with basically all science fiction armor, except the Mandalorian armor, so at least there's that. I am kind of curious about the camouflage pattern that the Commodore is wearing, though. I can't tell if it's an actual camouflage pattern on your planet, and bear in mind this movie was filmed in 1999, and camouflage patterns hadn't gotten as wild as they have gotten on your planet now. So I wouldn't go calling that something that didn't exist at the time, sure. But on the other hand, did they just grab a piece of blue fabric and wad it up and dye it black in places and call it done? Because that's kind of what it looks like. On the flip side, is that so bad? Imagine you're boarding a starship and the first thing you do, of course, is knock out the lights. I bet, aside from that shiny silver thing on his chest, the Commodore blends in pretty well as shadows. So maybe a win? And of course the Commodore had to wear something different from the normal grunts because of course he's a Commodore of the Office of Naval Intelligence or whatever they call it in the Wing Commander universe. He's special! Plus he's almost unquestionably protected by plot armor as opposed to that useless padding that the grunts are using, so who cares about armor? Although, armor or no armor, if I happen to have a ship and you happen to be a Marine on it, and you were still loading ammunition into your magazines almost immediately before boarding an enemy ship, you and I gonna have some words, yo. That shit should already be squared away, locked down, and tight. And none of that involves you finger-f***ing it moments before you actually need to use it. It should already be done. You should be locked in and ready to go. Yes, granted, the weapons themselves might not necessarily be loaded and whatnot themselves, but you shouldn't be having to load the magazines directly because you forgot about it back on the home base or home ship or whatever you want to call it. No. That's a great recipe for empty magazines or dumped rounds on the decks or just general purpose incompetence. Sure does look good for the movies, though, doesn't it? And speaking of boarding things, yes, in fact, we are attempting to board the very same communications and control vessel that our newbies came up against at the very beginning of the movie. The one that was so heavily shielded they didn't know what to do. Well, apparently those shields can be defeated by grappling hooks. That's convenient. I mean, it is potentially possible the Concom had its shields down, but its two escorts just got shot out of the sky by the fighters that were escorting in the Hume impressed merchant ship. You would think that someone on the bridge would be like, oh, that seems bad. Maybe we should put up our shields. And here, ladies and gentle sophons, we finally get a clear view of the non-fuzzy Kilrathi. Yeah, I'm not sure what's really going on here. I don't even know where to start with, like, trying to find analogs on your planet or something. It's clearly wearing a helmet. Amusingly, the helmet is not terribly dissimilar from the helmets the Humies wear, in that the earpieces appear to be on the sides of their heads. I thought these were felinoids. I am pretty sure that felinoids have their ears on top of their heads. But at least they have the slit pupil characteristic as opposed to the round pupil characteristic that you Humies have. They have a somewhat prominent nose, so that somewhat tracks. But I'm not seeing a whole lot of feline in this, yo. And of course, like all science fiction, good or bad, Wing Commander suffers from the Star Trek syndrome, where we have the literal Wing Commander, the commander of the wing of the Tiger Claw, going through the hole they just cut through the Kilrathi's ship first. Because after all, the first guy through the hole never gets shot, right? Oh, that's not how breaching works, is it? And, as expected, nobody's body armor seems to be doing much good at all, whether we're talking about the Humies or the Kilrathi. Everyone seems to be using some flavor of slug thrower, which I guess makes a certain degree of sense inside of a heavily armored warship. You don't want to sling around energy bolts or something like that, perhaps. But the body armor is, it's decoration. Let's go with that. One interesting detail, though, is that all the Kilrathi fighters we've seen go up in flames so far, those flames seem to have a greenish tinge to them, implying either a very different fuel source than the Humies use, or more likely, a very different atmosphere. And that seems to be borne out by the Humie boarding team wearing a fully enclosed environmental system inside of their armor suits. Now, in general, that would be a good idea regardless. You have no idea what bugs they're carrying, or what chemicals they know about that don't affect them but really, really affect you. But more likely, in the context of the movie, it is probable that the Kilrathi use an entirely different atmosphere than the Humies do. So, to avoid, knocking yourself out, you want to breathe your own atmosphere. And likewise, it's interesting to note that the rifles these boarding team members are carrying actually possess sights, unlike the pistols. Now, they're horrible sights. There's two big bumps in the back and one larger bump in the front, and it's just not a good configuration. But hey, at least there's a nod to sights. I mean, come on. Gotta give credit where credit is due, right? Of interesting note, the Kilrathi seem entirely dissatisfied with their natural claws, and instead have installed some sort of like Freddy Krueger-esque style retractable claw system on their combat suits. Very Doom-esque rip and tear mentality, given they're all sawtoothed and all. It is interesting, though, that they put little caps over their claws, though. I mean, are they not very useful claws? Do they do like manicures and pedicures and want to make sure they keep their little colorations intact or something? I have no idea what's going on there. Oh, and I totally forgot to mention that we're boarding this enemy ship because we need to get the fuel cells from it to take back to the Tiger Claw, because apparently the fuel necessary to power massive interstellar starships can be man-portable enough to the point that you can literally just hand carry it from one ship to the other. Because, that level of energy density should make everyone nearby concerned. But regardless, guess what the hero of the story found on this Kilrathi command and control ship? Yes, that's correct. The Pegasus Navcom AI that was stolen out of that station at the very beginning of the movie. At least you're tidying up some loose ends. I mean, so far it's been kind of erratic all over the place, what the movie's been up to and doing and so forth and so on. But they seem to be bringing us back to a conclusion, I suppose. Which is just as well, since we are in fact running out of screen time. And again, I'm just weirded out by the design of the ships, specifically the Tiger Claw. I mean, again, like I mentioned, I understand the whole retractable sides and protect the flight deck and this, that, and the other. That makes some degree of sense. But still, if you have a 500-meter bubble, and pushing that bubble is really, really energy expensive, that is to say for the jump drives, why aren't your ships a little, fatter instead of this long, slender design? You've only got so much volume to work with, and yes, I know technically the optimal ship for this kind of situation would be a spheroid, as horrible as that sounds. But long and thin is the pretty much the entirely suboptimal design for this kind of constraint. And I mean, what are the tanks on the bottom of the Tiger Claw even for? They're not drive systems. The drive systems are all the way back on the stern. They could be fuel tanks, but that seems like a horrible place to put those. Are those massive anti-capital ship missiles of some sort? Except torpedoes are smaller and seem to do enough damage on their own. I am very confused. Now, the weird thing about the whole Wing Commander jump point nonsense stuff and things is apparently you have to enter jump at a specific point. We talked about this previously. Apparently the points orbit planets, stars, so on and so forth. But they are defined discrete points that you have to go to specifically, do a specific thing at, and then enter the whatever FTL jump system network, hyperspace, light speed, whatever they call it in Wing Commander, and then you pop out the other side. Well, the pop out the other side apparently is a little less deterministic. Or rather, it's very deterministic when you go in, but it is not immediately obvious that when you jump from jump point A, you are going to appear at location B. Apparently there's some flexibility in where you can come out, and what they just discovered by way of finding the Pegasus Navcom AI on board the Kilrathi command and control vessel is that they now have the Kilrathi jump output coordinates, and they can pass those on to the friendlies, and hopefully the friendlies can blow the Kilrathi out of the sky before they can even get their weapons online, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But still, that's kind of a weird mechanic. You have to go in at a certain point, but where you come out is more vague. I mean, what are the rules constraining that? I kind of get it because conceptually, if you have to go in and out at the same jump point, the probability for collisions go up significantly. Unless there's some sort of FTL communication system, which there doesn't appear to be since they keep sending message drones through jump points. Yeah, you could be rolling up on a jump point and all of a sudden somebody comes barreling out of it. And your matter could overlap, your ships could simply collide. All kinds of bad things could happen. On the other hand, if you can just pop out anywhere, I mean, what's stopping the Kilrathi fleet from jumping into the Charybdis quasar and then popping out literally in Terran atmosphere? I believe there are some sort of gravitational limitations on jump points, but if anywhere is an option, that seems kind of weird on the other end of the spectrum, though, since you're binding the entry points to very specific locations. So maybe your exit point has to be within a certain distance of an entry point, but if that distance is small enough, the Earth fleet could just target the entry point for the Charybdis quasar on the Terran side, and then just keep track of anything in that nearby distance. So there's some very vague hand-wavering going on right now. And speaking of hand-wavering nonsense, it's very clear that the XO does not really understand what a quasar is or what a singularity is. Unless he's talking about jump point singularities, as in the points themselves. But that's not really the term you would use to describe that. And of course, the solution presents itself, the solution that they are building up to this entire movie. Yes, of course, the half-member of the highly persecuted, nearly annihilated species that can navigate jump points by feel will be the solution to our very problems. Yes, you heard that right, Humies. The Wing Commander movie is nothing more than Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I shit you not. I mean, look at the similarities. No one liked the main characters. No one got along with the main characters. Everyone ridiculed the main characters. No one wanted to play with the main characters. And all of that suddenly changed when everyone suddenly realized that the main character's defining feature, the very reason that no one wanted to play with him, was the only reason everything was going to work out in the end. Yeah. I always hated the moral of that movie. Persecute anyone who's different from you until they turn out to be useful. Yeah, that's a great thing to teach your tiny humies. And beyond that, I love how the entire fate of humanity is based on one guy who has never actually used this ability deliberately that he supposedly has, doing something that is functionally a pain in the butt for even an AI to figure out, and entirely impossible for an average humie to do on his own. I mean, yes, they did make references earlier in the movie about how Lieutenant Junior Grade second lieutenant, whatever the hell he is, had some lucky strikes in the Naval Academy or Flight Academy or whatever the hell it was, and he just attributed those to luck, naturally. So he already doesn't believe in his own capabilities, and now you're going to require him to use those capabilities to not only stay alive, but save his entire species. No pressure or anything. I mean, after all, we're in space. There's very little pressure outside. And now that we can get a fairly good frontal view on the Tiger Claw, finally, I have to wonder if those two big protrusions on either side when she's opened up are actually cannons of some sort, like spinal cannons or something like that. I mean, there is enough space in those port and starboard pontoons over the flight deck to actually have something in those pontoons. Naturally, the sections of the pontoons where the hangar and flight deck would slide into when the Tiger Claw closes up would have to be empty themselves, but the rest of the void, the volume, whatever you want to call it, could still hold useful things inside of it. Or they're just the probe launchers or something boring like that. And yes, before you ask, the Skipper missile is something that only appears in the movie. Well, I guess it also technically appears in the official authorized Wing Commander Confederation handbook, but it does not appear in any of the games. The short and sweet explanation is that, yes, it is basically a cloaking torpedo. It uses some, what do they call them, anti-graviton emitters to route electromagnetic emissions, including light, around it. Naturally, this creates an invisible missile that is also blind, which is why it's called a skipper. It has to pop out of its cloak periodically, update itself, and then dump all of the significant heat and radiation that it's been creating as it's been traveling into space, and then cloak itself and go about its merry business again. Naturally, these are referred to as skippers because they pop in and out of visual perception. And naturally, they're basically impossible to shoot down unless a fighter actually starts tracking when it blips in and out, and predicts and gets on its little butt and shoots it down when it pops out again. And I swear the Wing Commander movie heavily borrowed the cloaking effect from, say, Star Trek and the Klingons and so on and so forth, with the whole ship kind of wavering and turning green and stuff like that. I might be reaching a little, I might not, but I mean, the cloaking idea has been around since basically science fiction, and a lot of cloaks actually in science fiction are two-way blinders, basically. You can't see them, but also they can't see out. And it was very much an early analog to, say, submarines, where early submarines on your planet, once they submerged past their periscope depth, had a very hard time deciding where everyone else was. So they'd occasionally come up to periscope depth, take a look around, and then dive back down again, which was your opportunity to see them by way of the wake of their periscope, and then depth charge the hell out of them. And here we are back on another one of these display screens that I absolutely adore, because on the top right it says 15 minutes until impact. Well, one of the sensor officers, communication officers, I don't even know what they are, on the bridge, just called out 45 seconds to impact. Those two numbers are not the same, much less the scale in which you're using. I do enjoy that the AI was able to calculate that the shields are not able to withstand the impact and that the damage potential is maximum. Maximum damage. Like, what does that even mean? Complete damage? Total damage? Maximum damage! And I also like how it's blaming the humans. Abandon present course. Okay, yeah, because obviously a homing missile will be thrown off when you change your course. I mean, yes, it will technically come out of his cloak blind and be like, oh crap, where'd that thing go? And then it'll take a look around and be like, oh, it went over there. Let me go chase it. It's not exactly a stupid missile. Also, I get that locking onto it is not possible because it blinks in and out of visual and sensor detectability. But you kind of know what vector it's coming from, right? You at least have like a cone of probability from whence it is coming. With 2 hits, you've got a pretty good indication of, okay, it was there, it is here, we're moving that direction, let's break out our maneuvering boards and do some math real quick, and then, okay, let's just saturate that particular arc angle of space with all the projectiles we can send that direction. One of them is bound to connect to something. Now, granted, you do have a fighter pilot out there who's trying to shoot the damn thing down, so maybe you should tell her to wave off. But still, with 2 and especially 3 hits, you've got a good indication of where it's coming from. Just start shooting. And then, of course, the pilot did manage to shoot the dang thing down, and of course, it was a nuclear warhead of some sort, and of course, it went off when she shot it down, and of course, the shockwave emanating from it was 2-dimensional, and of course, she flies away from the shockwave, like by staying in front of the shockwave. Pull up, pull up, pull up. This isn't even hard to figure out. massive band of highly destructive energy coming up behind you. Okay, just get above it. Get below it. Stop running from it and just get out of its way. But no, science fiction has to treat space combat as two-dimensional in every case, in all cases, even when they try to show three-dimensional space behind you. Well, okay, not every case, fine. Babylon 5 actually did a fairly decent job with that. Expanse did a fairly decent job with that as well. So I'm being unkind, but it is ridiculous. And I still maintain there is precisely absolutely no space on these fighters for everything that they need to have on them. I'm also fairly unclear why the fighters' engines have apparent intakes on the front of them, since they seem to be exclusively space fighters as opposed to aerospace fighters. Likewise, I don't know how I feel about having the missiles on top of and below the wing stubs. I guess it made it look different from standard aircraft, so there's that. But still, at the rate they go through ammunition on that massive nose cannon, and at the speed at which they apparently fly, it's fairly unclear, and they don't go into hard numbers, of course, because that would just be too hard. Ha, ha, ha. There's got to be a lot of fuel and a lot of ammo somewhere in that thing. And then you've still got to squish all that other stuff we talked about previously somewhere in that thing. And apparently a jump drive, which was kind of a unique thing among the various variations of the Rapier. Only the F-44B Bravo type had a jump drive at all, and it was a limited edition run, basically, and the jump drive was removed because it turned out to be a pain in the ass. So, yeah, all kinds of weird things going on here. And then, of course, with the fate of his entire species hanging on his performance, here our flyboy comes in and checks on his wing commander / potential crush because humies be humies, man. I mean, 3 of you will jump into a frozen river to save a dog stranded there. 1 of you might die, and you will still consider that a win because humies be humies, man. I do admit to being moderately curious as to where they filmed the Broadside Torpedo Bay loading sequence in Wing Commander, though. I'm not going to say it's right. It's definitely not. But it is more right than it seems like the prop department has been willing to expend on the movie so far. With, loading rams and people guiding them in, and funny little pieces of plastic to help guide the torpedo down the metal tube, because metal on metal doesn't work very well at all, and the hatches automatically opening, and so forth and so on. There are a lot of little details that, again, are not right. Those hatches should be significantly thicker, and they should have a locking mechanism on the outside side of them, of course. But still, what set was already laying around that they kind of built on top of and made better or made more science fiction, I guess, to appear in this movie. And then back to the guy in the fighter ship. Apparently this weird little, grid tracking system that he's going to fly down is how he perceives the jump system that he's about to jump into as a pilgrim. I think it's a little overdone. I mean, you could have just pulled the whole use the force Luke and ran with that instead, as opposed to explicitly showing the audience what he thinks of it looking like. But okay, fine, whatever. And then, of course, like a lot of the air fighters on your planet I guess the generation before, technically, a lot of their sensors were simply forward-looking. They had no 360-degree sensor suite system, or very limited one at that. Well, apparently the Rapiers are no different, because this massive honking Kilrathi battleship was hanging out behind him the entire time. What? How do you not notice that? I mean, I get the whole, Red October, get in there, wash kind of nonsense with submarines and all. And yeah, I would imagine the thermal plume behind a fighter blazing away towards a Pulsar is pretty freaking bright. But that's a really big ship, man. And I suppose I could talk about how the scales seem to have flipped around, or maybe they aren't even scales. Maybe they're like the other Kilrathi ship, because I'm pretty sure this is the battleship that the Tiger Claw already came up against, and she took out one of the destroyers escorting it. But the scales may not be actually overlapping scales, but they may just be ribs, kind of like the other Kilrathi ship that we saw previously. And fine, whatever. I could talk about how the turrets are not superposed and they're only useful in a full broadside situation. But you already know all of those things that I would say, because I've already said them a lot in this movie alone, much less all the other episodes I've made. And yet I still did just say them, didn't I? Haha. I do love how the Kilrathi do wear these big ol' flag things on their backs while they're on their ships. I mean, I'm sure it's an indicator of rank or something, fine. Gotta be flashy and all that good nonsense. But can you imagine walking around corridors with low overheads with these silly little flagpoles stuck to your lower back? And I cannot imagine that would be very pleasant for a species that supposedly has, what do they call the whiskers and stuff like that, and are very tactilely sensitive, and you've constantly got this stupid thing like jiggling around in your lower back. What? I do have to give the Kilrathi some modicum of credit for their absolute stupidity or just, sheer bloody-mindedness for being willing to volunteer to have their T crossed. I mean, it's not a perfect T right now. The Tiger Claw is pulling away a little to the right of their current vector to be perfectly perpendicular. But yeah, the Tiger Claw is almost broadside to the Kilrathi, which allows her to apparently employ her broadside torpedo batteries directly against the Kilrathi, whereas the Kilrathi are just driving into, broadside torpedo batteries. This does not seem like a good course of action. And this is one of the tactics of ye old ships of wood and men of iron era on your planet, where you would want to bring your ship such that you could rake the bow of the enemy ship with your broadside guns, again called crossing the T. In this case, the T is being crossed, or no, I guess the stem is being made, the T's stem. I don't know if there's actually a term for like voluntarily allowing your face to be fornicated by torpedoes. I would imagine that tactic came up so irregularly that y'all never came up with a term for it. Now, the good news is that the Kilrathi cruiser does appear to have at least marginally superposed turrets, or at least turrets that are side by side, or regardless, turrets that can shoot past each other. The also good news is that the Tiger Claw has shields for the time being, so she is absorbing the energy impacts as best she can for the time being, but the Tiger Claw is still taking damage while she is lining up, I assume, another broadside to take care of this stupid cruiser like they did the destroyer just previously. Now, I would note that the commanding officer of the ship, currently, the old CO kind of took a knock to the head and the Commodore had to step up and take the job, did just order the portside batteries to fire. There should already be fish in the tubes to allow that to happen. You shouldn't be loading the tubes when the order to fire comes down. You should already be locked, cocked, and ready to rock. So, wrong call here. But again, we're still back to where did they film this? I mean, I don't know of any submarine sets that had this many torpedo tubes lined up in a row like this, but I do appreciate that the torpedoes were kind of stacked like that. That is frequently how submarines on your planet store the torpedoes in the torpedo room. And yeah, it makes sense to have guys manning the tubes to make sure the fish go in properly, and you have guys running the fish in, and all this makes actually perfect degree of sense. It's not right. I'm sure some submariners somewhere in my audience are just pulling what little remains of their hair out over me giving them credit for what they're doing here. But still, it's not significantly wrong either. I mean, it's wrong, fine. But it's a better effort than I expected out of this movie. Okay, so yeah, here we can actually see that the cruisers for the Kilrathi are actually maybe possibly better designed than their battleships are. You see the 3 forward turrets, although I don't know why that forwardmost turret is just losing his mind trying to shoot the stern of the Tiger Claw, but regardless. And then the 2 midship turrets are actually braced on either side of what I assume to be the bridge. So when she's firing forward, even if all 3 of those forward turrets are blocking each other, and I'm guessing only one of them is technically blocked. I'd guess the forwardmost is lower than the one right behind it. But regardless, if both of the stern forward turrets, however you want to phrase that, are blocked by the forwardmost turret, she can still get 3 turrets to bear on a target directly in front of her. That's not too bad. Of course, she's about to catch an entire volley of broadside torpedoes, so it's all kind of a moot point. Now, interesting detail for a significant number of torpedoes on your planet, not all of them, and maybe not any of them, because I could be making this up, but most of them appear to have some sort of minimum distance built in before they turn on their fuses. They also have a minimum distance built in before they start homing in on their target, for a variety of safety reasons. In this case, the movie did make a mention about how the torpedoes are too close to acquire a targeting solution, and, well, yeah, that's true. The target is directly in front of the torpedo. They're going to light their engines off, and, oh, look, target, boom. But again, on your planet, the fuses would not be armed, but I guess torpedo ramming into you at full speed would still do some not insignificant amount of damage. In this particular case, given the damage done to the Kilrathi ship, I imagine they removed the safeties and just said, fuck it, we ball. I do love, however, that a nominal carrier has, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... at least 10 torpedo tubes on just the port side, 2 that face forward, and I'm assuming another 10 on the starboard side. We're starting to get into like battle carrier territory again, and Venator nonsense, and all that general purpose stupidity. Regardless, for everyone's sake, I hope those are not nuclear-tipped torpedoes, and I hope you do not hit the reactor on the Kilrathi ship, since both seem to result in catastrophic damage to anything nearby. And of course, neither happens. Because plot armor! And then after all that noise about, Pilgrims being special and being able to navigate jump points that no one else can navigate and so forth and so on, here our hero navigates a jump point in a fighter, a very difficult jump point at that, without any kind of AI guidance, and manages to make it through, and then somehow some random Kilrathi battleship can also follow him through. Without knowing what coordinates and nonsense he's punching into his little navigation computer, they just, I guess, follow in his wake and are somehow able to snake the same course that he did in a fighter in a ship that is, I don't even know how many orders of magnitude larger than his. Because, that makes no sense at all. Sure, the original plan was for his wing commander to follow him through the jump point, and that makes perfect sense. She could slave her navigation computer to his, he could punch in the numbers, it gets promulgated to both of them, and she just follows him in that way. But no such thing is happening in this particular case. They were flying by the seat of their fur and somehow managed to make the same stupid jump that he did. Now, it is possible that this is the output point of the Charybdis jump point regardless, and since they already had the Navcom guidance from the Navcom from the Pegasus, then, yeah, they're going to pop out here either way no matter what. But that wasn't terribly well articulated, and leads us back to the question of exactly where are the exit points for, jump points. But after all the stalling that the Tiger Claw was able to accomplish and the movie has gone through, the Concordia battle group had managed to make it to Earth system, Sol system, Terra system, whatever you want to call it, ahead of the Kilrathi. And we're waiting in ambush for the Kilrathi. Because nothing's funnier than ambushing an ambush predator. I mean, come on, that's just funny. Oh, and I forgot to mention that big old chunky thing chasing down our hero right now in his little fighter is apparently referred to as a snake ear. And it does technically sort of appear in at least one of the games, that is to say the first one. It appears in the Claw Marks booklet that was bundled with the first Wing Commander game box. And Claw Marks is, of course, the onboard magazine of the TCS Tiger's Claw. And it was meant to be kind of like a lighthearted look at the universe of the Wing Commander and the Tiger's Claw. And it talked about the Snake Ear ship. Well, naturally, the movie took a lot of liberties with the design of said ship, as they seem to be doing with all the ships from the games, or whether they made them up or not. I do enjoy how a battleship, or super dreadnought, or whatever you want to call them, is able to chase down a fighter, though. I mean, that kind of entirely defeats the point of fighters, right? I mean, they're supposed to run like hit-and-run attacks and be able to run away from capital ships. Well, if the capital ship can run the fighter down, your hit-and-run tactics suddenly become hit and die, which doesn't seem optimal, honestly. And yes, heaving to is still a term, and yes, heaving to does have its roots in, sailing with ye old ships that are made out of wood and have massive cloth sails propelling them, and the short story is that basically it's a way of slowing the ship down and fixing the sails in such a way that she doesn't really need to be steered that much. Ideally, she shouldn't need to be steered at all, and this allows the crew to take a break and do some stuff that isn't specifically relating to the rigging or the steering of the ship. Now that you have self-propelled ships that do not rely on the vagaries of your atmosphere, heaving to is simply another term for saying stop. But I suppose it does in fact sound better. And then back in old Sol Sector, our hero's solution for that massive dreadnought chasing him down is to feed it to a gravitational anomaly. Okay, on the one hand, I can see how that would totally work. I mean, gravitational anomalies will eat any ship that is fed to them, even though that, yes, those gravitational anomalies are typically used as jump points. If you're not going into the anomaly expecting to make a jump, you got to deal with the gravitation. And that seems like a bad situation. Fine. And apparently, the Confederation put a beacon or something near to Scylla, probably warning off sailors who aren't trying to make a jump, naturally. So he homes in on this and tries to get the dreadnought to follow him in. And it does, because they detect that he's homing in on a Confederation signal and they think it's going to be the fleet. They could have looked out the windows of their bridge and seen this massive blue, glowing, angry-looking thing and realized that's probably not the fleet. And then they probably could have looked at their sensors, whatever sensors they have, and been like, that's a very large gravitational anomaly. We probably should not take our very large, very ponderous, very slow to maneuver dreadnought near a very large gravitational anomaly, because it will get torn apart and chewed up exactly like it is being right now. But no, apparently the Kilrathi lack that basic modicum of self-preservation, or sensors, or awareness, attentiveness. I don't even know. How are they this dumb? I mean, I get taking advantage of enemy stupidity, but this is a singularly dumb race. If this is all you have to do to kill them, how on earth did the Terran Kilrathi war last this long? If all you have to do is like bait and switch them into a massive blue glowing gravitational anomaly, how does that even make sense? And as expected and desired, the Kilrathi fleet does jump in at the given exit point and is met with a hail of murderous gunfire, and torpedo fire, and plasma fire, and all kinds of other fires. In this case, coming through one at a time, much like Hollywood would have you believe hand-to-hand combat works against multiple opponents, does make a certain degree of sense. If all the ships are going to come out at the exact same jump point, you want to clear said jump point before the next one comes through, because otherwise, again, matter might overlap, you might collide, it could be all kinds of bad things. So yeah, they'd space their entry and thus space their exit, and thus just be a shooting gallery for anyone on the other side. And again, since there are no FTL communications in this universe, well, they're just going to merrily march to their death. Whee! And for those wondering, yes, that is in fact Chris Roberts, and no, he could not in fact come up with a better name for his character than C. Roberts. Yes, come on, man. Stan Lee can get away with being Stan Lee in Marvel movies because he's Stan freaking Lee. And maybe the hope and dream was for the Wing Commander universe to be as nearly as large and glorious as the Marvel universe. But let's be realistic here. And no, I totally won't blame a director and writer for slotting himself into his own movie. I mean, I totally would if I was able to fit on a screen and were capable of writing a movie. But you gotta do it with a little finesse, you know. And once again, as to the timing of events, I would point out that you had better bloody well request permission to land before you have the temerity to line up on a flight deck. I mean, that flight deck could be in active operations already, and you could be obstructing them or just flying into the path of a fighter catapulting its way into launch, or all kinds of other things could be going on. You can't just assume that, hey, I'm going to show up and knock on your door and walk in. That's not how things work, man. But it certainly does look better in the movie, so here we are doing this stupid thing. And we still don't know what those two cannon-looking things on the front of the Tiger Claw do. Oh well. And I told y'all something was there. I mean, something so obvious that even someone of my limited organic processing capabilities could pick up on. Even a computer could put this together, yo. And with that, it's all just paperwork in the end. And that, ladies and gentle sophonts, is the Wing Commander movie, such as it is. It's certainly not great. I'm not going to say it's horrible. It did make a valiant attempt in a variety of different ways of presenting itself as a fairly reasonable science fiction movie. And then it basically all fell apart in the end. There were a lot of good parts. There were a lot of good details. There was not significant amounts of coherency and no consistency whatsoever, both internally and when compared to the rest of the Wing Commander universe. However, it was a great example of the silly romp style of movies that were quite frequent in the late 90s, early aughts on your planet. Could it have compared against Matrix or The Phantom Menace? Of course not. And Chris Roberts probably knew that at the time, which is why he rushed production. But it was fun, had big names in it, which did not hurt it, did not help it, and it had some interesting details throughout. All of that seems to be a common thread for all of the movies that I do this whole nonsense with. And speaking of nonsense, if you have made it this far, it seems like you deserve some sort of reward. As such, please use the code SCRATCHINGPOST, all one word, capital S, capital P, at BadgerHoundSupply.com for a free Sacred Cow Shipyard patch with any order. Yes, you heard that right, free as in no cost to you, and yes, these are in fact officially licensed and produced Sacred Cow Shipyard patches. Because after all, if you can sit through nearly 4.5 hours of me yammering on about something that has basically no significance in history whatsoever, you should at least get some small token in return. And that's all from Sacred Cow Shipyards. Please be advised that any ship left on the docks for more than 24 hours will be compressed to a cube at the owner's expense. Have a nice day.